Development partners, senior government officials, Your Excellency ambassadors, invited guests, habari za asubuhi. On behalf of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation and the Tanzania National Business Council, I would like to thank you for all being here this morning. We extend our appreciation to the World Bank and the Tanzania National Business Council for co-organizing this consultative workshop with the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation to discuss the importance of public-private dialogue in fostering improvements in the investment and business environment for growth of the private sector and the Tanzanian economy. Honorable Minister, at the outset, I would like to give the correct definition of the private sector so that we are all speaking about the same thing. The private sector comprises of individuals, groups, companies which are not owned or operated or controlled by the state and whose activities are geared towards generating surpluses and profits. This means that in the Tanzanian context, virtually all farmers, livestock keepers, fishermen, miners, traders, small and large, industrialists, small and large, service providers in all sectors are part of the private sector. And this means over 95% of economically active Tanzanians. Therefore, when we talk of the Tanzanian economy growing at 7% per annum, it is the private sector's contribution which makes this happen. The total number of the public sector is below 1% of the active Tanzanians. Tanzania aspires to be an industrialized middle-income country by 2025. To achieve this, the investment and business environment must be conducive and attractive to the private sector. The fifth phase government recognizes and acknowledges this. Soon after being sworn in as President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. John Pombe Joseph Magufuli met with the private sector at State House on the 3rd of December 2015. And among other things, he informed us that, and I quote in Swahili, natambua kuwa sekta binafsi ndio mhimili mkubwa katika kujenga uchumi wa soko. Kazi kubwa ya serikali katika uchumi wa soko ni kujenga mazingira mazuri kwa sekta binafsi kukua na kustawi. Napenda kuwahakikishia kuwa serikali ya awamu ya 5 itajenga mazingira mazuri zaidi kwa ajili ya ustawi wa sekta binafsi. Translated, I know that the private sector is the main engine of the market economy. The major responsibility of the government in the market economy is to create a conducive environment for the private sector to grow and prosper. I want to assure you that the fifth phase government will create a more conducive environment for the prosperity of the private sector. The translation is mine. Indeed, our investment and business environment does need improvement. Effective public-private dialogue and the partnership approach play a critical role in ensuring that the challenges being faced by the private sector are properly analyzed and addressed. Reforms have been happening, but the pace needs to be hastened. One of the major objectives of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation is to advocate and lobby the government to ensure effective public-private dialogue is undertaken at village, district, regional, and national levels, as well as at parliamentary level. Thus, our role as a private sector overarching body is to create and coordinate multi-stakeholder dialogue platforms which will give all players an opportunity to share their views, argue their case for change, and contribute to the process of better policy making, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. In addition to the public-private dialogue, we also promote private-private dialogue as a means of informing each other, organizing the private sector, promoting ethics and codes of conduct for self-discipline and self-regulation, and also as a mechanism to properly prepare for dialogue with the private sector, with the public sector, civil society, and international partners. This workshop is being held at an opportune time when we are in the midst of a countrywide zonal private-private dialogue in preparation for a national public-private dialogue in August to provide our views on the various issues which will, among other things, address the investment and business environment and creation of a partnership culture which we believe are crucial for our national development. We are confident that by the end of today, we will have gathered a lot of views and ideas on how we can improve our public-private dialogue and partnership, which will facilitate faster growth of our economy. Honorable Minister, World Bank Country Director, and my fellow participants, we once again thank you very much for being here, and we look forward to robust deliberations. May the Almighty God guide us in our workshop. Karibuni sana.
Thank you, Mr. Shamte. Now I'd like to call on Ms. Bella Bird, Country Director of the World Bank, for opening remarks.
So good morning, everybody. Habari za asubuhi. Honourable Angela Kairuki, Minister of State in the Office of the Prime Minister, in charge of investment. Mr. Salam Shanti, Chair of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. Distinguished guests, distinguished members of the panel, including our old friend Ambassador Sifui, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you all to this public forum entitled Public-Private Working Together, Ideas on Private Sector-Led Initiatives, which is jointly organised by the World Bank Group and the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. This is the second event in the World Bank Growth Seminar series that we've been holding this year, launched in March. The World Bank is organising this series in partnership with local think tanks and other institutions here in Tanzania to discuss key topics pertinent for the long-term growth of Tanzania. The seminars attract participation from members of a wide range of stakeholders, including the public sector, the private sector, civil society, academia, as well as development partners. And with such broad participation, the seminars and forums are stimulating public discussion on important policy questions for growth in Tanzania. And we're very pleased to partner with TPSF in organising today's forum. And I'd like to personally thank Mr. Godfrey Simbeye, his team, and also the TNBC for working closely with the World Bank team to prepare today's event. Now, Tanzania has been a member of the World Bank for over 54 years, and the World Bank has been a close partner in Tanzania's development. At the moment, the World Bank has a portfolio of projects, investment projects in Tanzania of around $5 billion across the spectrum in social sectors, education, health, social protection, as well as water, energy, transport, financial sector and governance, all of which are delivering important benefits to the lives of the Tanzanian people. We also partner with bilateral donors in areas such as public-private partnership development, business environment, and urban resilience. In the World Bank Group, we also work closely with our sister organization, the International Finance Corporation, IFC, which is supporting private sector investments in Tanzania in areas such as the financial sector, tourism, agribusiness, as well as energy and minerals. And while the World Bank Group is known as a financier of development projects and supporter of reform programs in the countries that we work with around the world, including Tanzania, we are also known, importantly, as a knowledge bank, and this is why we hold seminars such as these. We generate knowledge on a range of economic and social issues at global, regional, and country levels. In any country we operate, we conduct knowledge work by collecting and analysing data from a variety of sources, including government, private sector, civil society, as well as in-house analytics, where the World Bank and IFC have extensive global development experience. And the knowledge we generate from our work supports dialogues in country on important issues and enables member countries to gain from our global understanding. In Tanzania, the knowledge work of the World Bank has informed a number of government reforms over the years and provided strong analytical underpinnings for designing the extensive programs that we support. And a large part of our knowledge work is actually about conveying knowledge and communicating it through plain and clearer messages to the public. So, for example, our Economic Update series, which focuses on topics such as agriculture, urbanization, job creation, development of the port, etc. They aim to share and transmit policy messages to the public. And recently, just here in this room, we launched, together with Her Excellency, the Vice President of Tanzania, the Country Environmental Analysis, which was a very powerful report on the future of Tanzania's environment, the effects on growth and poverty reduction. And I recommend as critical reading to all of you. So what the World Bank also does is support public-private dialogue processes here in Tanzania. And we aim through this to support the development of the business environment and the investment climate in Tanzania. And we're really pleased with the work that we've been continuing to support with TNBC and with the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. In this context, today's event aims to create awareness among stakeholders, including the general public, on the role of the private sector in Tanzania's economy, and explore, in particular, what the private sector can do to promote a strong working partnership with the public sector to improve the business environment and the investment climate, which is so critical as an underpinner of economic growth in Tanzania. And as Tanzania aims to become a middle-income country, as envisaged in the government's 2025 vision, it's critically important that we know from experience across the world that Tanzania sustains a high level of growth over an extended period. It's important to note that over the past 10 years, there are 16 countries across the world that became middle-income countries. However, during the same period, the same 10 years, there were 23 countries which saw their income categories slip back to lower levels, either from high income to middle income or from middle income to low income. And there are different reasons behind these changes, including natural disasters in some countries, conflicts in others, but many are just simply due to the policy choices that governments make that affect their macroeconomic stability and their fiscal and debt management. The first seminar we organised in March with the Economic and Social Research Foundation discussed 3 key enablers for sustaining growth at high levels. One is strong human capital. 2, enhancing technology and innovation, and 3, the competitiveness of the private sector. And this, of course, is the subject we're focusing on today. We'll see shortly in the first presentation how the Tanzanian private sector is clearly a dominant part of the Tanzanian economy in terms of the numbers of establishments, the numbers of jobs, as well as the amount of production. And Shamti outlined very clearly the critical and central role of the private sector in the economy. And we know from the data, and we know from what we see every day in our lives in Tanzania, that the role of the private sector is critical for the well-being of every single Tanzanian, whether it is, as Shamti said, the smallholder, the livestock holder, the small farmer who's seeking to generate a surplus and is looking for markets to trade, to gain income for his or her household, whether it's the medium, large-scale business that's looking for finance, for policy certainty, for investment, so that they can increase their production, support gains in productivity, and critically provide the jobs that Tanzanians need. And we always need to remind ourselves that it's up to 1 million young women and men coming into the labour market every year. And where will they get their jobs? Their jobs, as we'll see in the data, will come from the private sector. A very small number will come from the public sector. So every single Tanzania is affected by what the private sector does, its health and its growth. And yet there are challenges. We know that when we look at the Doing Business Index, Tanzania has slipped 12 places in the last 2 years. And that's not necessarily because Tanzania has not undertaken reforms. There have been some reforms. But what's happening is that other countries are moving faster. So most of the slippage is because your competitor economies are undertaking reforms much faster than Tanzania. So on the good side, on the positive side, it's very easy to catch up. In fact, the Doing Business Index is one of the fastest indicators of these global indicator tables to make progress if energy is put into undertaking the necessary reforms, which can have a transformative effect very fast on not only on the economy, but on the well-being of every single Tanzanian. And that's always important to remember. I think we talk about private sector sometimes in the abstract, and Shamti put it so clearly. Private sector is us, it's our friends, it's our family, it's our society. So I think let me move to the final comments. We look forward to hearing from the private sector today on their initiatives to build trust and strengthen the partnership with the government, including a presentation by the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. And we know that while the government has a critical leadership role to play to ensure the enabling environment for private sector growth, there's no question. It's the same in any country in the world. But the private sector, too, can play a role in creating a trusting environment. And this is what we're going to be looking at today. By promoting industry self-regulation and professional codes of conduct, the industries can accept responsibility for assuring members' activities meet these standards. This has an important side effect as well of promoting consumer confidence and, of course, boosting business. If you're a trusted business, you're more likely to have the confidence of your consumers and your trade and your benefits and your profits rise. In an attempt to become a trusted partner for consumers, the government and other critical stakeholders, private corporations in some countries, particularly in developed countries, often implement codes and standards and other voluntary regulatory schemes. In some cases, some of the industry self-regulations have even higher standards than those stipulated by government regulations. And during the forum today, our team will be sharing with you examples from other countries of successful initiatives that have been pursued in order to share and promote similar kinds of actions in Tanzania. So in closing, let me just finally say that we look forward to a rich and fruitful discussion today on this important agenda for Tanzania's journey to sustain growth and bring shared prosperity to the people of Tanzania. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much to the World Bank Country Director, Ms. Bella Bird, for those opening remarks. Without much further ado, I would like to call on our guest of honor this morning, Honorable Angela Kairuki, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, to deliver her speech. Welcome, Honorable Minister.
Morning, everybody. Madam Bella Bird, World Bank Country Director, Mr. Salum Shamte, the Chairman of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, but also a farmer, and I was glad with that identity. Members of the Board of Directors of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Godfrey Simbeye, the Executive Director of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation and staff, Olive Vegula, Acting Executive Secretary of the Tanzania National Business Council and staff, distinguished development partners, senior government officials, distinguished panelists, all private sector partners, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On the outset, and with respect and dignity, I would like to thank for your invitation to this consultative forum, and I'm here to represent our Honorable Prime Minister, who really wanted to be with you this morning, but unfortunately, due to other pressing duties, he could not be able to be with you. But he sends his regards and he wishes you well. I would also like to congratulate the World Bank, first of all, for coming up with a series of growth seminars. And as I know, this is the second one, as we've been told. And I would like to personally say that I'll be delighted if I can get the recommendations emanating from the series of the growth seminar for implementation, but also for assessment on how best we can move forward as the government. As we all know, the government has managed to embrace public-private dialogues for over a decade now, and it is our determination as the government to maintain the dialogue spirit between the government and the private sector. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me to commend the efforts from the private sector to support the implementation of the government's national plans and strategies. It is through the strong leadership of His Excellency, our President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Dr. John Pombe Magufuli, aided by Her Excellency Mama Samia Hassan Suluhu, and the Prime Minister, and the other government ministers in overseeing the implementation of the national development strategies, and we have witnessed our economy improving remarkably. The government has always remained committed to ensuring extensive consultations of all stakeholders in the decision-making process of the matters that affect the well-being of all involved parties, and thus enhancing and embracing good governance. Understanding this need of having in place a formal stakeholder engagement structure, the government has tasked the Tanzania National Business Council to come up with an effective framework that will enhance and facilitate the sharing of ideas, information, but also to provide feedback and resources between the government and various stakeholders in the private sector, public sector, and the civil society. It is through the two platforms under the TNBC, the Local Investors Roundtable and the International Investors Roundtable, provide an important avenue towards realizing the main objective of public-private dialogues of creating an investment climate that is conducive to investors. As the government, I must admit that we are pleased with the feedback that are emanating from the engagements in these platforms, which are aimed at advancing our country's economic development to greater heights. It is my belief that the outcome of this meeting today shall feed into the next TNBC meeting, which will be chaired by the President, with constructive proposals on how the public and the private sector can successfully work together. I am pleased to express the government's appreciation of the commendable key role that the World Bank and TPSF are playing in making the dialogue between the public and the private sector through this public-private dialogue platform a reality. We thank you very much, and it is with the support from you we are witnessing this indulgence sustaining and taking shape by the day. We believe that public-private dialogues are very important aspects of private sector indulgence on matters of common cause to both parties. I therefore call upon all stakeholders to utilize these opportunities in engaging further for the sake of addressing the various challenges that compelled the formulation of the public-private dialogues. Matters related to legal, policy, regulatory frameworks, capacity issues that are part of this dialogue need to be resolved once and for all. It is in this regard I reiterate the government's will and commitment to put to rest all matters of concern as far as improving the investment climate and business environment is concerned. To attest this will and commitment of the government, I cite the initiation of the blueprint process for improving the investment climate and business environment in Tanzania, which, as we all know, is at an advanced stage of implementation. The wide stakeholder involvement and engagement in this noble process is something we all reckon. We anticipate that our economy distinguishes itself as a private sector-led economy, one which both the public and the private sector shall be proud of now and for the years to come. Together we can achieve this milestone, and thus let us join hands. I would also like to tell you that since the investment portfolio has been moved to the Prime Minister's office, the Prime Minister himself has already chaired 2 high-level panel meetings, and the last one has been concluded on the 18th of May. And through that, we want to make sure that within 6 months, the recommendations which have been emanated from the blueprint, particularly the legal reform and the frameworks, all will be in one bill, which will be tabled before the Parliament to make sure that we move with fast progress. And I'm sure TPSF will be hand in hand with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as I have been told that today, this meeting is going to discuss and deliberate on how to strengthen the public-private dialogues by focusing on how to widen the role of the private sector in this process. You shall appoint new members to the dialogue, and in order to be able to achieve the intended goal, I urge you to observe the following aspects. Firstly, to make sure you take time to wisely appoint the appropriate member into the dialogue by focusing on people with integrity and whose interest to the public-private dialogue is bigger than the companies they own. But to make sure you also get organized within your business associations and to be able to develop a proper private sector agenda. 3, to be proactive in requesting for dialogues with the government, and for us at the government, we assure you that whenever you request for an opportunity to have a dialogue, we'll be there to dialogue with you. Fourthly, TPSF, as the umbrella of the private sector, should sensitize its members to observe business ethics as well as to develop a code of conduct according to each sector. I also learned that TPSF, TNBC, and the World Bank are planning to work together towards identifying other-based case studies, particularly in Tanzania and other countries, of how code of conduct has been successfully established in some sectors. Successful sectors, for instance, banking, tourism, and others, could also present the recent efforts undertaken in establishing codes of conduct and progress made towards implementation of such codes. Institutions like BRELA could also present progress towards compliance with the code of conduct that is usually an issue when it comes to business registration. Kindly allow me now to also talk about the government priorities in relation to the business and investment environment in the country. During this 5th phase government leadership, Tanzania has been cited to be among the 20 fastest growing economies in the world at an average growth rate of over 7%, and is about to graduate to middle income country status. And it is during the past 3 years, public accountability and expenditure in the country has drastically improved for the first time in the past 20 years. On the other hand, regardless of the few challenges that we are working on, Tanzania is now among the 10 best destinations of foreign direct investment due to the existing political stability, a stable market economy, a large market of about 50 million people, and with abundant natural resources. We have demonstrated the will to utilize the meager resources at our disposal for prioritizing expenditure, whereby we are witnessing the implementation of strategic mega infrastructure and development projects in the country. These projects, as you all know, include the Ruvu River Electricity Project, the Standard Gauge Railway, the strengthening of Air Tanzania Corporation, the oil pipeline between Uganda and Tanzania, the Mkulazi sugarcane farm and factory, the liquefied natural gas LNG plant in Lindi, and many, many more others. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has made various attempts to promote investment in the country by creating an enabling business environment through strategic reforms that minimizes regulatory burden faced by the private sector. At the same time, the government anticipates to promote efficiency in the delivery of services offered to the private sector. One of important actions taken is the review of the compliance requirement of policy, statutory or administrative in nature affecting the business life cycle in an effort to improve the indicators as per the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business report. And I'm glad that Bella mentioned our ranking in the index of the ease of doing business. And I would like to tell you that next year, I'm sure we'll graduate from that number 144, and I'm sure maybe we'll be in the 2 digits, perhaps, or in the hundreds. But this has to be worked upon with you, but also to speak good about the reforms that the government is working upon. Because obviously, as rightly know Bella and others, through the surveys, it is through us that we are interviewed. It is what we are saying in the response to the interviews, surveys, and questionnaires that is reported. If you don't say good things about the reforms that are happening, obviously the ranking will not be that pleasing. As stated earlier in my speech, the blueprint for regulatory reforms to improve Tanzania business environment has been crafted, adopted, and set for implementation. It sets out a benchmark for the government to undertake a holistic approach to overcome challenges and constraints affecting policy, regulations, delivery, and coordination, which retard the growth of the private sector. It consists of a robust monitoring and evaluation framework in order to keep track of the progress in implementation at national and sub-national levels. The government recognizes the critical role played by the private sector in bringing about socio-economic development through provisions of reliable, timely, adequate, and cost-effective goods and services. The government, in close collaboration with the private sector, is preparing a private sector development policy which is on the verge of finalization. The vision is to promote a vibrant private sector that contributes significantly to the economic and social development, and our mission is to transform the private sector through improved business environment, investment climate, and empowerment to achieve the goal of inclusiveness and a broad-based middle-income economy by 2025. Moreover, the government is investing heavily in road and railways constructions, port modernization, power generation and distribution, water supply systems, and the aviation industry. It is no wonder that the fifth phase government has doubled the budget for development expenditure on the national budget in order to accelerate public investment on infrastructure development. We can cite an example of the construction of the hydropower plant at the Rufiji River Basin that shall generate 2,100 megawatts, and the construction of the Standard Gauge Railway in the Central Corridor. These measures are being implemented knowing that it is relevant to talk of business environment. It is irrelevant to talk of business environment if they lack reliable infrastructure such as passable roads, reliable and affordable power supply, and efficiently and effective operating ports. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with no doubt that development cannot be achieved solely by depending on the government investment efforts. I therefore appeal to the private sector and all Tanzanians to play their part and invest in the priority development projects. I also urge fellow Tanzanians to increase efficiency and productivity by working hard in order to bring the desired results of having a sustainable economy. Once again, I would like to congratulate the organizers, TPSF, World Bank, and dear participants for this important dialogue, and I believe this is the first of many more effective public-private dialogues to come. We therefore promise that as government, we will work with you to make sure that you flourish and cherish as you are the engine of growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kairuki. You've mentioned a lot of challenges and also opportunities that we're facing in terms of public-private dialogue, but also you've given us a very specific task as we kick off our deliberations here today, is to come up with some key outcomes in terms of how we can make public-private dialogue more meaningful. So as we kickstart our presentations and move into the panel discussions, let's keep this in mind and the key objective coming out of this platform and workshop. So we'll move right into the presentations, and we'll start with Mr. Yutaka Yoshino, who is the program leader at the World Bank for Equitable Growth, Finance, and Institutions, and he'll be delivering a presentation on Tanzania's private sector in numbers. Karibu, Mr. Yutaka.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, my name is Yutaka Yoshino. I'm the program leader of the World Bank. I'm leading the economics team of the World Bank working in Tanzania. I'm based in Dar es Salaam, and thank you very much for joining our discussion today. What I would like to actually present at the outset of this discussion is actually to set the stage of the discussion. As Country Director Bella Bird introduced our roles as a knowledge bank, the World Bank actually produced a number of knowledge pieces. And then for the intention of producing such knowledge pieces is really set evidence in order to stimulate public discussion as well as public understanding of key issues pertinent for the development in Tanzania. So that's the reason why I would like to actually just quickly share with you some of the key numbers about Tanzania private sector. So, is the mic? Okay. So, as we say, the private sector in Tanzania is very dominant part of the economy. So, 86% of all establishment are in private sectors. We're talking about, schools, hospitals, any type of establishment, organization, and institutions. 86% of all establishment in Tanzania belong to the private sector. What about jobs? Jobs are so critical about poverty reduction and shared prosperity. 97% of the jobs in Tanzania are coming from the private sector. Of course, a big part of that 97% is actually agriculture. 66% of the jobs are in agriculture. Also, informal sector is also quite significant. According to National Bureau of Statistics, 22% of all jobs are supposed to be in the informal sector. But still, they are all part of the private sector. Government, parastatal, state-owned enterprises constitute only 3% of all jobs in Tanzania. Now, Unfortunately, given the data limitation that we have, I cannot give you a precise estimate of how much production in the economy is actually produced by the private sector. Unfortunately, that number still doesn't exist. But what I can tell you is that if we focus in industries like manufacturing, construction, mining, minerals, oil and gas, and everything, 89% of the industrial outputs are coming from private sector. And in terms of the wealth creation, value added, 95% of industrial value added is coming from private sector. Of course, state-owned enterprises actually do play a role in the economy. But in terms of how much they earn, how much revenue they make, in terms of the GDP ratio, it's not that big. It's less than 10% of the GDP. We have an ongoing analytical work on state-owned enterprises in Tanzania. And then we're actually getting this number with a bit of a surprise that we see a lot of state-owned enterprises, but in terms of the income they earned, is still less than 10%. Now, overall, private sector is more efficient than public sector, particularly if you look at the industrial production. And this is, of course, nothing unique to Tanzania. In any countries in the world, private sector are supposed to be more efficient, just by the nature. But looking at the actual statistics in Tanzania, what we found from the National Bureau of Statistics Census of Industrial Production is that private sectors are 3 times more productive than public sector in terms of value added per worker. And also, when it comes to the labor cost efficiency, private sector is nearly 4 times more efficient based on labor unit cost. But this doesn't mean that Tanzania is actually competitive yet. The World Bank conducts surveys of businesses across the world. We have covered already close to 140 countries in the world, Tanzania included. And in some countries, the surveys were conducted twice or even 3 times. So we are generating a very rich cross-country surveys of the business performance. So based on that surveys that we conducted, Tanzania's labor productivity is still not as high as some of the countries in the neighborhood, such as Ethiopia, Zambia, and Kenya, and South Africa. So Bella mentioned, the private sector competitiveness is one of the 3 enablers for the Tanzania to ensure sustaining long-term growth. And one thing that we can look at is actually how much credit is going to the private sector. And here, I would like to show you how it performs vis-a-vis countries that recently reached the middle-income country status in the last 10 years. We are talking about countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, or Bangladesh, Cambodia, and Vietnam. So the credit to the private sector in terms of the GDP ratio right now for Tanzania is only about 14%. Now, this is much lower than the average of lower middle-income countries, which is 45% of GDP. And for Vietnam, 130% of GDP is actually going to the private sector as a credit. So you can see, even with the numbers of jobs, even in terms of the number of establishments, the private sector is a really dominant player in the country. However, in terms of the actual financing going to the private sector, it's not that much. It's actually just about 1/10 of Vietnam. And Vietnam actually used to be the same level of per capita income as Tanzania back in the early 1990s. So you can see how much more credit needs to go to the private sector in terms of fuel its growth, and that has to be the driver of sustainable and sustaining growth in Tanzania. So the last part of my presentation about doing business. You have already heard a lot about doing business from Honorable Kariuki, as well as Country Director Bella Bird, and how Tanzania needs to reinvigorate its efforts to perform better in doing business ranking. The Tanzania actually lost 12 places in the last 2 years, not because the Tanzania didn't do anything. Tanzania has introduced reforms, but other countries are actually introducing reforms much faster and much stronger ways. One way to do it is to look at the what are actually the critical areas for Tanzania to improve doing business ranking. And here you can see clearly there are certain areas within the doing business that Tanzania is lagging behind really badly. And that includes starting a business, where the Tanzania is only 163rd place out of 190. The second one is paying taxes. Tanzania is 167th place out of 190. And trading across borders, Tanzania is 183rd place out of 190. There are only 7 countries in the world that are performing less favorably than Tanzania. And imagine Tanzania is situated in such a strategic location. As a being coastal economy, you have a very nice port of Dar es Salaam. It's surrounded by so many landlocked neighbors. So Tanzania can really have a potential to improve its competitiveness as a regional trading hub. But what we see now is 183rd place, 190. So clearly this is a priority reform areas for Tanzanian government. Now, I would like to actually end it here because I think what more important is then how the private sector in Tanzania is already working on in terms of improving the trust relationship with the government, how to build a mutually kind of like a reinforcing, the reform agenda to be implemented, and what are the international experiences around private sector-led initiatives for regulating. So I would like to actually stop here, and I would like to hand over to Mr. Godfrey Simbea to introduce the private sector initiatives from the TPSF. Thank you.
Mr. Simbe, I think I wasn't giving you your due diligence. I heard Mr. Yutaka present to you to come to the podium. So we'll have a presentation now providing an overview of the state of the public-private dialogue, challenges and overview of private sector-led initiative. Mr. Godfrey Simbe is the Executive Director of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, which is the apex body of the private sector. Karibu, Mr. Simbe.
Thank you very much, Santina. Could someone help me on the technology? Well, I have been introduced, but let me say a bit more about myself. I've been asked to present something on PPDs. That is exactly what we do every day in TPSF. So I'm happy to be standing here to tell you our experience when it comes to PPDs. And the Honorable Minister, I want to, they say one of the success factors for the effectiveness of PPDs is to be transparent and to talk about truth. So you will allow me to say it all today. Thank you very much. And they also say that whatever you agree in a dialogue, the result of that dialogue must be shared, bad or good. If it's good, let's share. If it's bad, let's share. So thank you very much. Now. Well, I have structured my presentation according to these 5 areas. I'll talk about the PPD platforms that we have right now and the new ones that we have established recently. I'll also talk a little bit about the overview of the private sector in Tanzania and the challenges. Of course, Bella Beda said, so the chairman has also said, and the Yutaka, but I'll not go so much on that one, but just a few of them, just a few highlights. But I'll also tell you about the current status of the PPD in Tanzania. That is where I'll talk the truth. And of course, we shall have to look at the achievements, a little bit of achievements out of PPDs. And finally, the private sector-led initiatives to strengthen the PPDs in the country. Yeah, thank you very much. Well, as you all know, the most structured, most official PPD platform is called the Tanzania National Business Council. We all know that this is the main platform where the public and the private sector meet to discuss economic issues, issues of business environment, issues of private sector development. This is the main. Then we have, as you know, I think you know the structure, the chair is the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, and is made up of about 40 members. And the 40 members from the private sector, 14 of them, they are coming from the TPSF Board of Directors. So the remaining 6 are coming from the business, but of course one of them is the Secretary General of the TUCTA, which is also defined in the presidential decree that established the Tanzania National Business Council. But of course the 20 members from the public sector, they are quite high-powered government officials, including 18 ministers, cabinet ministers, the governor of the central bank, and also the attorney general. So it's quite a powerful PPD platform for this country. But we also have subnational PPDs, the regional business councils and the district business councils. They also have the same format as the National Business Council. 40 members in regional business council chaired by the regional commissioner, district business council chaired by the district commissioner. But Mr. Shamte, we don't have a village, I don't know what you call them, village PPDs, not yet. But it will go down to the grassroots. But for the time being, we have platforms up to the level of district business councils. But we will also have the think tank on tax reforms. This one was also the highest platform when it comes to fiscal policy. I also sit in that platform. There is also the task force on tax reforms, is also a PPD. But also, finally, we do have the parliamentary committees where the private sector meet the parliamentaries to discuss issues that affect the private sector development in this country in almost all sectors. But we also have unstructured PPD platforms. We have a speakers roundtable. We have just agreed with the speaker that we will start these ones immediately. We have not started even a single one, but this is a new one. But also we have the Prime Minister's quarterly roundtables. We have agreed with the Prime Minister we'll have a quarterly roundtable to discuss issues of business environment, especially we focus on blueprint implementation. We want to make sure that he is involved in the blueprint implementation. But we also have ministerial and sector-specific PPDs. These are many. And the Honorable Minister, I've been following you quite closely. You are doing a wonderful job. You have met the Chinese. You have come to TPSF. You are meeting everybody. I know tomorrow you are meeting the British business community. All these are PPDs. So these are many. And on behalf of the private sector, I want to tell you that we are very happy with the spirit of the ministers to be ready to meet the private sector. We have also established a consultative forum with the Attorney General. This is new as well. All these new ones have come because of the new board of TPSF that was installed last year in August. And the last one, which is new, is also the Chief Justice Consultative Forum. There are so many issues. You'll be surprised why the private sector wants to talk to the Attorney General. You'll be surprised why the private sector wants to talk to the Chief Justice. But I tell you, the discussion that we have had with these two guys, they're wonderful. These guys, they know the challenges of the private sector. And they're willing, actually, to share with us the solutions. Now, those are the PPDs. But does that mean that we don't have challenges in the private sector? In addition, given the PPDs that we have, the platform that we have, we still have a lot of challenges in the private sector. I'll not mention, I'll go quite fast on this one because some of you have already mentioned them. So some of them is, for example, And does Tanzania have a friendly business environment? This is the question that I've been so many times. When I go to a forum, they ask whether I can say for sure that Tanzania has a friendly business environment. Utaka, we are ranked at 144. So for us as CPSF, we think it's not friendly yet. Yet we still have a lot to do, and you have said. But the other issue that people are complaining, the business community are complaining, tax levels and tax administration is quite high. It's still a problem in this country. We need to do a lot of PPDs on the tax levels and tax administration. Bureaucracy is still a challenge. Decisions take too long to be affected. You will agree with me that even the president has been saying about bureaucracy. It's just too much. They call it excessive bureaucracy in this country. Corruption. Is corruption now contained? If you ask some sectors in the economy, they say corruption is still there, still rampant. So corruption is still a problem. Even though we think that the president has done well, he has this approach of zero tolerance, but still corruption is something that we need to talk in the PPD's platforms. Policy uncertainties has remained to be the main challenge in doing business today. You all know that, they say Tanzania is unpredictable. We can come up with any policy change anytime. So that is not very good for the private sector. Honorable Minister, I said I'll talk the truth about what the private sector is saying. This is what the private sector says. It's not my words. Actually, we have done it a survey, and this is what they're telling us. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. This chart here talks by itself. The ease of doing business report of the World Bank, for the last 3 years, we've been dropping. We are not doing any better. And we need to do more PPDs, as Utaka said on this one. So PPDs are important. Also on the competitiveness index, we're also not doing very well. And these are the issues that really affect the performance of the private sector in any country. In East Africa right now, actually, Rwanda and Kenya, they say they are attracting more. You see, Tanzania is leading when it comes to FDIs in East Africa. But the Kenyans, they're saying it's not about FDIs, it's about the quality of FDIs. Is it true or not? The private sector, you will tell me. Is it about the quality or is it about the amount of FDIs? So the Kenyans, they boast themselves that it is about quality of FDIs. So these are the challenges. But so what can we do? How can we address these challenges? Private sector faces the challenges. The PPDs platforms we have in the country, are they effective, not effective? Do we achieve the results? Does the cost of doing business is reduced as a result of PPDs? So what is that needs to be done? What is the problem? So this is what I've been asked to talk about. How can we really ensure that we have effective PPDs in this country? Where are we now when it comes to PPDs? I want to be very honest, very, very honest with you guys. What I see in the government, there is a willingness of government officials to dialogue. That willingness is increasing day by day. That I can assure you. Minister, I want to apologize to you. I think you were informed about this meeting yesterday, and you were willing to come. This is what I say, that the government is willing. The other day, I had a group of CEOs from the soft drinks manufacturers. They wanted to meet the Minister for Finance and Planning, so they came to me. They said, this may help us to meet the Minister. So I called the Minister, and the Minister picked up the call. And he said, Minister, I have a group of people here, about 6 of them, and they want to meet you. And the Minister asked me what question. Did they tell you that I have refused to meet them? Why did they come to TPSF? They could have written to me and I will meet them. And he says, immediately, he was actually going to the States, to Washington, and he said, immediately when I come, I want to meet them. This is why I'm saying there is a willingness, and that willingness is actually changing day by day, is increasing. The readiness to talk to the private sector is there among the top leaders in this country. Structured dialogues the Regional Business Council and DBCs are not regular and at the discretion of the chairs. So the regional commissioner will decide whether I'll hold the meeting or not. The district commissioner will decide. And if he or she does not hold any meeting in a year, nobody will summon him or her why they have not done so. This is the situation in Tanzania. So they get away with it. You know, for those who are keen, they do the RBCs. We'll see the numbers in the next slides. But also the TNBC, their national platform, is also not regular. I will say it all today. So, and I have got the immunity of my minister. It's not regular. So the last time we had the Tanzania National Business Council was the 19th March 2018, over a year. And you know what? These national platforms, they're supposed to be held twice a year. So they're also not regular. Ministerial dialogues are being held, I can assure you, but these are ad hoc, as and when there is a need to meet the ministers to discuss. And the good thing, they are willing to do so. As for ministers, I can say, not because Honorable Angela Kairuki is here, but actually I can testify that the ministers are ready to meet the private sector anytime, but only ad hoc issues and where there is a need to do so. Where are we? The implementation of resolutions is still a huge challenge. I don't know what's the problem. I really don't know. We have the Secretary General, we're Executive Secretary of the TNBC. And I can say, I'm sorry to say this, but I'll say that when we met last time at the TNBC level, we don't know what we resolved that day, how much implementation has been done to date. We really don't know. Maybe we will know when we meet again at the TNBC, and we don't know that date when we're going to meet again. So I don't know how do we monitor, how do we follow up the implementation of the resolution that we agree on these PPDs. It is a problem at the national level, but it is also a problem at the RBC and the DBC level. But these challenges are not only the public sector, also the private sector has got their own share of problems when it comes to PPDs. The private sector. In the private sector, they say, we know ourselves, that there is weak coordination and weak representation of the people who go into the dialogue. That is a fact. There are so many reports that have been written about this, and you can actually make reference to those reports. There is a limited analytical and advocacy skills within the private sector. So we go into the dialogue, but we don't have any analytics. We don't have any skills. Sometimes we go without the agenda, especially in the RBCs and the DBCs. Of course, there is a limited resource to conduct research prior to dialogues, which is very important. You need to go into the dialogue with facts, with the positions. But with position, you need to do research. We need to do studies. We lack the resources that need to do. Of course, we can actually thank the development partners, the World Bank, the DANIDA, the FID. They are helping the PSOs. And I'm not talking about TPSF only. Also, the PSOs that are doing the PPDs in their own respect. They suffer the same problems as TPSF. But thank God that the development partners, they have been filling that gap so far. And we think that, and of course, the question is how long are we going to rely on the support from the development partners to make sure that we are sustained. That is a topic for another day. But also there's a lack of consensus within the private sector. That is serious. That is serious. And we have actually examples, and I have my colleague who was in the tax force and tax reforms recently, and she's telling me that surprisingly, the private sector were not united when it comes to VAT. Some of the private sector wants VAT to be increased to 21%. Some of the private sector wants to be decreased to 16%. So you see, this is the private sector. We don't have a consensus. We don't have an agenda. We need an agenda that we can actually advocate together at the PPDs. So that is a problem. But of course, we don't also have the monitoring and evaluation capacity, which is also a problem. But in the public sector not attending PPDs meetings as required. We have said so. This is the problem. Honorable Minister, because now you have this portfolio of investment, we also ask you to make sure that the PPDs are being held as we agreed. Not prioritizing PPDs. We will see the figures. Just wait for the figures and see how many PPDs have been done in the last 2 or 3 years. You'll be surprised. Mindset towards private sector. The issue of mistrust. This is the topic today, I think, and I expect the panelists will talk more about this, but I just want to say that is one of the challenges when it comes to PPD, the partnership. You know, we have to trust each other if you are going to sit in the same table and agree on the way forward and agree on an implementation program. There is also, on the part of the public sector, lack of accountability, and also on the private sector, also the lack of, there is problem with the M&E. The secretariat, TNBC secretariat, also suffers financial resources to do M&E. And I believe she's here. She can share with us that she doesn't have enough funds to do M&E as required in the presidential decree that they're supposed to do that after every meeting. So this is the position where we are. This is the PPDs that we have right now. Now, I told you I was going to give you the numbers. Now, these are the numbers. Regional Business Councils, 2017. Only 14 of them were held. 14. And do you know how many were supposed to be held? How many? Who can tell me? Santina, how many? No. It's two meetings per region. 2 meetings per region. So we talk about, is it 40? 56. Only 14 were held. And it's in some regions, like Igoma, in 2017, they had 2 meetings. And Arusha, 2 meetings as well. The other 1 meeting, but the rest, they didn't conduct any meeting. 2018, you know, 2017, 14, 2018, only 8 of them. You know, we are going down like this. Which is bad. Honorable Minister, this is not a very good situation. We are going down. So only 8 in 2018. But 2019, of course, we are still half of the year. Maybe by end of the year, every region would have conducted the RBC, but I don't think so. But as of today, only 2 RBCs have been held. Only 2. And I think today or tomorrow, is it tomorrow? Songwe, they are having a regional business council tomorrow. Okay? So this is the situation now. Now look at the districts now. This is the region. We have 169 districts. They are supposed to meet twice a year. So you'll expect a number of PPDs based on the districts. But I tell you, 2017, there were only 33 district business councils that were held out of the possible 169. If one district is conducting just 1, we could expect a bigger number than that one. 2018, only 15. Again, drop. 17 to 20, dropping by half, almost half. So why is this? 2019, so far, this is good. For 2019, this is good. We're only 5 months or 6 months. Already 19 of them have been held. 19. So this is a bit, 2019 will be better than 2018. So this is the situation. These are structured dialogue. These are structured PPDs. And they are not being held as required. So this is just a graph telling you about the DBCs. just to show you in graphical terms that we were 33, 15, now 19. I think the number will rise by end of this year, and which is a good thing for us as well. But just in a quick one, what are some of the challenges that we get from the RBCs and DBCs when it comes to PPDs? There is one inconsistency and the quality of dialogue meetings. For example, in 2017, the regional commissioner in Dodoma dissolved the Regional Business Council, just on his own. He said, I don't want it anymore. He just, dissolved the council. Also, there are problems, for example, in Arusha, political interferences with the district commissioner and all this. But also, there was no local private sector leadership and budget in 2017 to organize meetings in Morogoro. So the issue of funding also is a problem. So I know the secretary of the TNBC will tell me that we are supposed to also to contribute to the PPDs. I know about that, but I hope we will discuss that one as well. So the issue of financial resources to conduct dialogue is a problem. TCCIA, which is the representative of the PPDs in the regions on behalf of TPSF, is also not very aggressive in demanding these meetings. But also there is a limited budget in many RBCs. So the government has not put money to conduct RBCs and DBCs. So is it time for the private sector to pay for the DBCs and RBCs? This is the question. Chairman, you will tell me whether we need to pay, we need to contribute, to make sure that these RBCs and DBCs are being held. Nachingwea didn't have the DBC in 2017, citing lack of funds. The private sector did not participate at all in Mukaranga and so even the private sector has got their own problems when it comes to PPDs. We are invited, but we are not there. So this is a problem. This is an issue. Is it a national issue? Because without PPDs, I'm sure we will remain with our 7% growth rate for many years. We need to move from 7 to 10%. We can do so through PPDs. These are some of the challenges that we continue. Maybe you can read them, just not waste much time on this one. But we're supposed to have executive meetings at the RBC and DBC as well. Some of them are there, some of them are not there. Some of the executive meetings, when they meet, few of them, they think that is a full regional business council meeting. So there are problems everywhere. They will also have a lack of mechanism to ensure broad representation of economic sectors by the private sector in the council. So these are the issues for the private sector. So I'm highlighting these to show that even the private sector has a role to make sure that we strengthen the PPDs. But PPDs, are they good or they're not good? I'll cite some few examples, very few. The chairman wanted me to highlight some more examples, but I was going to fill, screens and screens, about PPDs, the benefit of PPDs. But quickly, Kilimo Kwanza Green Revolution was a result of a PPD. That committee that developed the Kilimo Kwanza was a PPD, and it was chaired by the private sector. National Economic Empowerment Council was a result of a PPD under TNBC, of course. Blueprint for regulatory reforms is out of PPD. I think you all know that it came out of TNBC meeting in 2013 on the 16th of December when the former president decided that business environment should be one of the national key results areas under the BERN. And as it went on with the support of the World Bank, the blueprint for regulatory reforms came about. It was out of PPD. Many fiscal policy changes, like the reduction of SDL from 6 to 4.5%, is PPD. 24/7 port operations, PPD. Removal of VAT over it's many. So it's important that we have PPDs because the achievements and the benefits are just too much. They are good for the country. So for us in the private sector, we think we should really strengthen the PPDs. More notable achievements, recent achievements in the mining sector as a result of PPD held. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you a story. If you want to know the power of PPD, look make a follow-up on what is happening in the mining sector right now. The president met the mining sector on the 22nd of January this year, and they made a lot of recommendations. And actually, most of them were implemented. See what is happening right now. For the first time, and I think many of you did not know that we have a lot of diamond that has been mined by small miners. I did not know. I knew about Mwadui, Shinyanga, but I didn't know that even the small miners, they've got a lot of gold. So there are news in the newspapers, as we have read. Someone in Shinyanga has sold 522 carats of diamond worth $1,428,000,000 US dollars, equivalent to about 3 billion shillings. This small miner, Mheshimiwa Waziri, wale wachimbaji wadogo siku moja tulikana wamezana kaniambia, Msimbe sisi tuna hela, wewe hujui tu sisi tuna hela. I'm telling you, siku ile ambayo rais alifanya ule mkutano, tulikwenda kwenye lunch, wakaniambia tuna hela, wewe hujui tu. Anasema ukishaingia kwenye madini, mtu akwambie kwenye kilimo yani bora kuue kuliko akutoe kwenye madini. So this is money. This is for the first time. It's because the government implemented the resolution, the recommendation that they came from the small miners. Now we have marketing centers to sell the minerals. This is happening. And I also heard, Chairman, remember we discussed yesterday, 409 kilograms of gold in just 1 month have been traded in these marketing centers. It was because of the PPD. So you can see the power of PPD. And Honorable Minister, out of the 3 billion, the government got 238 million shillings out of royalties, taxes. So this is how it's a win-win situation. You give us the space, we give you money. We give you money. So that is good money for the government. So PPDs are powerful, and we need really to make sure that they are very effective. Private sector development policy, which the minister has alluded to, is at the final stages, and that will open up the real participation of the private sector in this economy. And we hope that it will be, and of course we will ask also the Honorable Minister to also follow it up very closely with the government about this policy. One thing that the PPD has, which I wanted to say as the last point, is the gradual change of mindset of top leaders towards private sector, and led by His Excellency President John Pombe Joseph Magufuli himself. He has been talking about business environment. You have heard recently in Mtwara, Songea, Njombe, even in Mbeya. He has blasted the government officials who are too bureaucratic, and how can a president? The president is almost telling the private sector, "You break the law, and I will know how to defend you." If the president is telling the private sector, if you have a land and you want to set up a factory, you go ahead. Don't mind about the national economic, the NEMC. If they ask you, it will come later. That is the level that we have reached to make sure that we facilitate the private sector. That is the highest level. So I think the PPDs, they are also changing in the mindset of the government officials towards facilitating the private sector, because they know that without the private sector, we cannot make progress. We will always telling, this story. When I went to Rwanda early this year, there was last year I think there was a World Bank meeting, and every Tanzanian who spoke in that meeting will say, "Oh, Tanzania has got a lot of opportunities. We have got natural gas. We have got everything." And these Rwandans were during break time they say, "So what? You have all this. So what? You have not been able to turn them into prosperity." That's the issue. That's what we cannot always say, we have this, we have this, we have this. No more. We need to do something to make sure that we turn these opportunities into prosperity. And that is through the private sector. So this picture here, you can see one is, they are giving them some on the backs. We cannot continue to hold dialogues like this. What I was trying to say here, the private sector has got a role to play to strengthen the PPDs. And this is my next slide, just to tell you how are we set to make sure that we contribute to effectiveness of the PPDs. So what are the initiatives that we are doing in the private sector? P2P guidelines. Yeah, everybody, I think the chairman and also the honorable minister, private-to-private dialogue is not happening in this country. And actually that is, perhaps we'll say maybe TPSF has not done its work properly to actually promote private dialogue. So we are doing now, we are now formulating the P2P, we call them P2P, but it is actually private-to-private guidelines to guide the private sector on how to go into the dialogue, how to prepare for the dialogue, how to set the agenda, how to make sure that you appoint the right members from the private sector to go into the dialogue. I was told by the regional commissioner in Arusha, he says, you know, why sometimes the regional commissioner, we don't want to go into dialogue. It's because of the quality of the members that you guys bring into the table. They're not the right people. So we are going to come up with a dialogue, with the guidelines to make sure that we can be able to pick up the right people from the private sector. We're also doing the zonal dialogue in collaboration with the local investment climate, which has started. The chairman has said that we're going to have our national private sector development dialogue in either July or August, depending, but sometime between those 2 months. Private sector development policy, we need it. Honorable Minister, we need it. We needed it yesterday, we need it today, we want it actually as soon as possible. Participation of private sector in the policy making. Whenever there is opportunity, we encourage the private sector to participate and make sure that we really give our best. Of course, I said we don't have enough resources to do research, but I think that is the area that we may also be able to talk to. Of course, if you talk within the private sector, within TPSF, we think PSDP, the private sector development policy, will resolve even the issues of resources for the private sector. So that's why we say we need the PSDP as soon as possible. Code of conduct and self-regulation is key. We need to do that. And I am told, and I know that the banking sector has started. They have a set of code of conduct. And I think today we have Sanjay Rugani here. He might tell us more about that. But we need code of conduct for each sector. There are problems. The government, they tell me that your people are not doing the right things. And then I ask you, which is this right thing that we are not doing? There is a complaint from the government. I told the minister that I'll be very open today. There is a complaint from the government regarding what is happening at the port of Dar es Salaam. And they tell us, they tell me actually, maybe not to all of us, because sometimes I get these phone calls very specific to myself. There is something that is going on in the port of Dar es Salaam, and which is to do with a little bit of corruption, and they tell me is perpetrated by the private sector themselves. So we really need to, the freight and forwarding cluster that is dealing with the port needs to come up with a code of conduct. Otherwise, if the government continues to complain that the private sector is perpetrating these, corrupt tendencies or bribes, is not good for the relationship between us and the public sector. So we need to develop this code of conduct. TPSF will actually develop overarching code of conduct, but we still need specific code of conduct for each sector. And this will be encouraged throughout. And I think today people will talk about it more. Diagnostic studies, private sector continues to sponsor for diagnostic studies that inform the business environment. This is what we're saying, even in the blueprint. We want to take part in the blueprint to make sure that we do studies that will inform what is happening in the implementation of the blueprint. Private sector initiatives continues capacity building to all RBCs on various subjects, including negotiation skills. This will also be part of the P2P guidelines that we are preparing right now. Strengthening the PSOs, private sector organizations, to engage effectively. Strengthening PSOs is actually the public good. Chairman, I think you will support me on this one, because I have to talk the language that you talk as well. Otherwise, in those boardrooms, it will not be very nice. So I have to talk the language that you talk. Ensuring that PSOs have the capacity, have the right capacity, is a public good. You need not gold. Well, that word gold is good, public good. So I'm not going here to give you gold, please. It's good. So we need the PSOs. We need them to be stronger. We need them to be able to dialogue. We really cannot work without the PSOs. So the stronger they are, the better for us when it comes to PPDs. I think the government would like to come to sit on the table with the people who can really argue, can really present issues. So we need to strengthen these PSOs. We need to also to create a PPD desk at the TCCIA, also at the TPSF, because there is a lack of coordination of the PPDs, especially in the RBCs and DBCs, which have been handled by TCCIA, whose TPSF is the major PSOs when it comes to RBCs and DBCs. We need to also design a funding mechanism together with the government and development partners that can sustainably support RBCs and DBCs meetings and also pre-meeting preparations, such as research. This one, Honorable Minister, this one I want to say, I'll say it though, even if it may not be the right place. But all RBCs and DBCs, to be honest, we want them to be mandated by law. Unless there is a mechanism to make someone responsible if they did not hold the PPD meeting in their regions. Right now, regional commissions can go away with it. DBC, district commissions can go away with it. We are thinking in the private sector, how, if we could make PPD, some of these PPDs, a law. And the Honorable Minister, I'll tell you something also. I was a member of the 201 members in the Constituent Assembly. I was one of them. And I thank you, Balos Safue. I think you were there at that time when you picked my name, and I'll always remember you for that one, because I have that certificate in my office that I attended that Constituent Assembly to come up with a new constitution for Tanzania. That constitution, which has not been approved by now, has got something very good when it comes to business environment. The chapter 2 of that constitution is got about economic targets. One of them is to ensure that there is a business environment that is conducive. The government is supposed to make sure always that there is an environment to attract investors. So we were hoping if that constitution would have been approved, we were going to use that clause in chapter 2 to demand for a policy and a law with respect to PPDs. But it will come one day, maybe later, when there is need to do so. So, Honorable, that is my. But of course, it's not necessary. But if we can have a mechanism to ensure that the RBC, the regional commissions and district commissions, they hold these meetings as per presidential decree. And also to develop a PPD and M&E tools and guidelines for RBCs and DBCs. And I think this will work together with the TNBC and the World Bank. And finally, that is all that I had to say to you. And now you know whether we have effective PPDs or not is upon you to judge. And thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simbe. I think you've painted a very clear picture of the state of Tanzania's private sector and giving much for the panel to really dialogue and deliberate on just shortly. I'd like to call up Mr. Hans Schrader, who is going to deliver the final presentation. Mr. Hans Schrader is a senior private sector specialist with the IFC, and he will present on self-regulation among business communities. Karibu, Mr. Schrader.
Maybe before I begin, can I get the attention of our hosts? I have messages from my table and others. It's a little cold in here. I don't know if others feel the same, but perhaps we could moderate the temperature a little bit. Very good. As a specialist in regulatory reform and regulatory simplification, I've loved this statement that I've come across over the last couple of months: all protocol observed. And to those observing Ramadan, a blessed Ramadan to you. I'm trying today, in this next 10 and 15 minutes or so, I'd like to bridge a little bit of the gap. We've talked about some of the issues that Tanzania faces and what the government faces in terms of creating a positive regulatory environment. But I'm going to ask what perhaps the private sector can do to contribute to this. And so, building on the remarks that we've just been listening to, I'm going to explore an approach to regulation that is developing, has been developing slowly probably over the last 20 or 30 years, and that's called self-regulation. How may I move the slide? Well, maybe I can begin in any case. What I'm intending to show you is a graphic that displays a spectrum of regulation. So on one end of that spectrum, we have state regulation, and that's pretty well known to us. That's legislation, executive orders, administrative rules. It's traditional regulation that you would expect from the government. And then moving down the spectrum, we have co-regulation. Here, government watchdogs like civil society organizations and the press might be considered as such, enforcement agencies, and soft law, which are like guidelines rather than regulations. And then the third is non-state regulation or self-regulation. Here, industry standards, professional codes of ethics, and self-policing take precedent. And I think that it's really important to understand that when we talk about regulation, we have to sort of broaden our understanding or perspective of what that means. It's not entirely or always what state regulation is. It can also be expanded, and over the next few minutes or next 10 minutes or so, I'd like to share some of the different perspectives of self-regulation. So typically there are two types. One is government-led, where the government formally delegates the power to regulate. And that is done, for instance, in the securities industry that provide oversight to stock exchanges. The government formally delegates oversight, including monitoring, enforcement, to a self-regulatory organization that's not private, but reports to the government. And it also operates outside of government structure. The other is private sector-led. Here, the private sector is perceiving the need to regulate itself for whatever reason to respond to consumer demand, ethical beliefs, enhanced industry reputation, or leveling the market playing field. And here I'll draw attention to a conference that had occurred in Puerto Rico a number of years ago on artificial intelligence. Some of the best thinkers in the world on artificial intelligence, some 1,000 people, came together and decided that they really needed to address how this new phenomenon of technology would be developed, because no one else was doing this. And so some of the principles that they agreed to was that artificial intelligence should be developed for the common good and benefit humanity, that IA operates within parameters of intelligibility and fairness, and calls for companies and organizations to improve the intelligibility of their AI systems. And without this, state regulators may need to step in and prohibit the use of opaque technology in sufficient and sensitive areas of life and society. So there's a sense of concern that if the experts don't get involved now, others will. And what they've been able to do in this example is they're moving faster than public sector regulators, and they're representing the values of industry regulators. So let me take you through a couple of other examples. Next slide, please. So in 2007, something called the EU Pledge was established. There was a perception in advertising that targeted children for food products that were high in sugar, saturated fat, sodium, contributed to overweight and unhealthy children and a greater state cost of healthcare. So a self-regulatory initiative evolved. Signatory corporations agreed to restrict television and internet advertising of such products to audiences of fewer than 35% for children and under the age of 12, and they could do that across the advertising demographics. In 2007, each corporation that participated defined their own nutritional criteria, and in 2011, they participated in an effort to create a common nutrient profiling system, and that was adopted at the end of 2014. And the result was a sense of how advertisers would work together to address this public good issue. Another example similar to this happened in the United States, I think in the 90s, maybe 80s, where somebody took a container of aspirin and put poison inside of it. And as a result, the industry put foil on top of the aspirin packages. They wrapped foil around the top so they would be tamper-proof. But this self-regulation was done by the industry. The government did not mandate it. They were not quick to their feet. And also, I think it's interesting to understand that not everybody had to comply. And I guess the question is, are these examples where the government of Tanzania and the private sector of Tanzania can work together on similar initiatives? Back a slide, please. So does anybody know the difference between a realtor and a real estate agent? I didn't before I started doing this, and this is, I guess, a US-based definition. Both are licensed to help buyers and sellers through the real estate transaction process, but realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors and subscribe to a very strict code of ethics. And this association is actually the largest in the United States, representing 1.3 million members who work throughout the industry. And being a member provides you with a great deal of credibility and access to a wide range of benefits, including a database of about 166 million properties that are available for sale or for transaction. But if you violate, as a realtor, this strict code of ethics, you lose your membership, you lose your credibility, and you lose your benefits. Analogous example might be something that had been developing in East Timor among the Association of Freight Forwarders about 5 years ago. This association was training its members on regulations that allow the import and export of freight, and they issued licenses to firms that met that criteria, including passing the certification exam. Without this license, you couldn't import or export. The government of East Timor provided the licensing authority to the association on a provisional basis. So here there was a delegation of authority to an association that allowed the membership to meet a particular code and provide some self-regulation. Another form of self-regulation is with lawyers in the United States. You belong to the Bar Association, and the Bar Association issues you the license to practice law. If you violate that, your license can be suspended or taken away. But it's not suspended or taken away by the state. The state may determine that you've broken laws, but it's taken away by the association, the Bar Association. In Tanzania, there are 60,000 farmers in Kagera that are certified fair trade. The certification means it's an international certification, and effectively it means they're meeting rigid labor and environmental standards. It also means that compliance opens up markets. It opens markets to high-end markets with better returns. These certifications are regular and closely monitored. They are specific standards that are set by fair trade and are global in nature, so they're not something that can be done on a state-by-state basis. And they're probably more stringent than our domestic Tanzanian regulations. And participation in compliance is seen as an advantage for these farmers and for the businesses. The UN has established voluntary principles for businesses called the UN Global Compact. And I understand a number of large UN businesses, Tanzanian businesses are signing up to this. But I ask, what does this mean? It gives businesses credibility. Perhaps they're able to access additional financial resources. And stakeholders are confident that the measures, but I ask, are stakeholders confident that the measures are being met? How can we apply this more effectively to meeting the needs of Tanzania and the governance structures we have here? We noticed that Mr. Gottfried had mentioned corruption is still an issue. Number 10 of the principles is about anti-corruption. Can we apply this more effectively to make it useful and in Tanzania? The World Bank is initiating a project in Senegal where they're developing and adopting a no bribery pact for private firms. The companies become signatories to the pact and commit to uphold a certain code of conduct. And this is being implemented in close collaboration with the National Procurement Agency to address corruption practices. I really like this example because it really is bringing government and private sector together to address corruption questions. And perhaps it can act as a perspective of how something like this could be applied in Tanzania. So let me leave you with 3 more perspectives, a few observations on the conditions for self-regulation to work. So self-regulation offers a valuable complement to the public regulator. There's more depth and expertise on market operations and practices, meaning that there's more relevant regulation when it's done by the businesses. The potential is adaptable and flexible, the ability to bring these regulations forward more rapidly. Sometimes there are higher ethical standards than the legal mandates. And I think of the Hippocratic Oath that doctors will take. Often that Hippocratic Oath will go beyond the rules of a hospital or the rules of the state. There's the potential for higher compliance if it's in the interest of the businesses to be involved in these regulations and help form them. And there's a lower cost to government because the regulatory work is being done by the businesses. But there are also pitfalls. There's the concern of an old boys network that could potentially limit membership or inhibit participation in the membership. Is there a conflict of interest with confrontation between members' actions and their association? There's lots of valuable information about the market contained within the association. How is that being used? And there's the potential to put the interests of members ahead of the industry. So I think if there's going to be adoption of self-regulation, there needs to be an understanding that the perception of these issues is very important to address. Finally, what kind of conditions do we want to see in Tanzania or other countries to promote self-regulation? You need to have an overall legal and regulatory framework that allows for enforcement and strong conflict resolution, and set standards and maintain ongoing scrutiny to ensure public interest, or ensure the interests of the public is met, adequate enforcement and monitoring authorities, fair treatment for its members, and high degrees of confidentiality. This short presentation gives you some perspective of how self-regulating organizations have come to be and how they're operating. And I think the question for us today is, does some form of self-regulation fit into the Tanzanian context? And if so, how do we bring it to Tanzania? And so let me leave you with those 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. I think just shortly I'll call up our panelists so that we can begin our panel discussion. But I think from the presentations and setting the stage this morning, it's very clear we have 2 schools of thought in terms of some of the things that we need to deliberate on during the discussion session. We've had, first of all, an overview of the very detailed overview of the private sector and the status as it is now. How can we utilize public-private dialogue to become more meaningful in terms of addressing some of the challenges? But also, secondly, we've finally heard about this element of self-regulation in terms of perhaps positively impact more meaningful dialogue. So we will start calling up our panel just shortly. But before we do, I've been asked to remind everyone that we are live. We're streaming this event. It's on Kwanza TV via YouTube and Twitter, and our hashtag is Public-Private Dialogue TZ. Okay. So I'd like to start calling up our distinguished panelists, and I've seen that two have just walked out the room, but we'll start setting up. Balozi Sefue, if I may start with you, I'd like to call up Ambassador Ombeni Sefue, who is the former Chief Secretary, to please come and join the panel. I'd like to call on Dr. Hawa Senare, who is an advocate and corporate legal consultant, very distinguished advocate in Tanzania. Dr. John Mduma, Director General of the Fair Competition Commission. Mr. Nelson Msuya, Audit Partner, PwC. Mr. Steven Dmitriev, Lead Private Sector Specialist, World Bank. And our other three panelists, who are Mr. Shante, Mr. Rugani, will join us when they come in. I've seen we've just have Mr. Rugani coming in, so if we may please join the panel. Mr. Rugani is CEO of Standard Chartered Bank, and he is also my chairman of the CEO Roundtable of Tanzania, but he also wears many hats. He's a board member of TPSF, he's on the board of ATE, and also Tanzania Business Council. Karibu. And while we wait for the chairman of TPSF to join us, I think we'll kickstart our panel discussion so that we don't waste too much time. And if we please may also assist Dr. Sinare while we start our discussion. Ambassador Sefue, I'd like to start with you, please, if I may. We heard Mr. Simbeye mention about the Tanzania National Business Council being the most important public-private dialogue platform here in Tanzania, as it brings together important leadership from both public and private sector. You were critical to setting up this dialogue platform. What motivated you to set up this structured process? And can you share some examples of some of the successes that came out of these dialogues? But we also heard in Mr. Simbe's presentation about some of the existing challenges we're having within this platform in terms of the regular engagement not happening. What would be your recommendations as we move forward in terms to make sure that this starts happening? Karibu, Mr. Sif.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Santana. And I'm extremely happy to be here. As you'll pretty soon realize, I'm very passionate about this subject. And as you say, it started a long time ago. I would like to put this in context. President Mwinyi, the second president, is known as Mzee Ruksa. A lot of young people know he's called Mzee Ruksa. But why was he called Mzee Ruksa? It's because he became president at a time when the economy was like stifled. You know, shops were empty, there was hardly any consumer goods, and
life was very difficult. So when he came, he just opened up things in a kind of unstructured way, actually. But he opened things up. Ruksa. It's okay to do business. If you've got your own foreign currency, you can import things. You can do this. So he opened it up. So when President Mkapa came, he said, this is fine, but we need to structure it a bit more. And as far as I recall, I think he's the first president who really said the private sector and the state are partners. Clearly, it was in early 1996, I think, where he came out clearly and he said the public sector and the private sector are partners. And as partners, each side has responsibilities, has duties, has obligations. And I think it's important that we structure this better. And we can't be partners if we don't talk to each other, if we don't understand what motivates each other, what drives each other, what obstacles stand in the path of each other. So he created these kinds of forums. And some of you will remember, we had an international investors forum that focused on international investors. We had a domestic one, investors forum. And then, of course, eventually we had now the TNBC as now the forum for that. But you said the results of some of these things, for instance, some of the privatization during his time, the partners we got came out of these dialogues with international investors. The mining sector, we had another one only for the mining sector. And you remember that towards the end of President Mkapa's time, every year he opened a new big gold mine. 4 gold mines in his last 4 years. And it's all a product of those dialogues that he had with international investors and also investors from the mining sector. And then they structured TNBC. And he said, I have to chair this myself because, you know, this is a paradigm shift. We have been a socialist country for so long. And for everyone in government to realize that they now have to engage the private sector. They have to work with the private sector. They have to listen to the private sector. So he said, as president, I will be the first one to listen to the private sector. And those of you who were there, you will remember, he would spend a whole day. And you could see from his body language that he was paying attention. He was taking notes. He was asking questions. So that kind of engagement at the highest level of government was extremely important and was extremely helpful. And I would say during his last 5 years, we made a lot of progress with the ease of doing business. We were in the news. Tanzania was right up there. But you need to sustain this. If you cannot sustain this kind of dialogue at the highest level and have a mechanism to make sure that what is agreed is actually implemented, you know, over time you start losing. We have been to a number of countries and we were trying to learn from others, you know, peer learning. And they say, you know, Ambassador, you don't need to come to us. What we have done, we've learned from you. So that Tanzania has become, you know, a fountain of ideas, but we don't get them through. Other people come and take them and they implement them and we go again to learn from them. So that is extremely important. You know, I mean, this year's ease of doing business, you see, I mean, you say we have really gone back over the last 3 years or so. But go back, let's say, to 2005, 2006, you realize that we have actually slid much more than that. And as it was rightly said, it's not that we're not doing the right thing, but other people are doing the right things much faster than we are. So how do we make sure then that all these good things that we are discussing here, and people in the government, they agree, the private sector, they agree, how do we make sure that actually this translates into results? So that would be my greatest concern, or issue I would like to raise here. The presentation have shown that we are in agreement with a lot of things, But how do we make sure that this actually happens? And how does the private sector organize itself that it's trusted by the government? Because trust cannot be decreed. You cannot decree trust. That from today I trust you, or from today you trust me. You earn trust. You have to earn trust. So what does the private sector have to do to earn the trust of the government? And what does the government have to do to earn the trust of the private sector? Then we have a good, solid foundation for dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Sanfoy. You've really reiterated some of the push that we heard from Mr. Simbe earlier in terms of the lack of a monitoring mechanism and reporting mechanism. I'd like to follow this on to Dr. Sinare. You have vast experience working with the private sector, and we've heard about this slippage repeatedly in terms of ease of doing business. From your perspectives and from your experience, is it purely in terms of the lack of PPD, or are there things that we need to be doing from a private and public perspective in terms of the regulatory reforms? Can you please elaborate on that?
It's not. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I think we all start, the private sector and the public sector start with a common denominator, a common goal for the economy of our country to grow. And that is what you hear from the public sector, from the president, from everybody. And the question is, what can we do for the economy to grow and to grow faster at levels that can sustain the levels that can actually contribute to feasible economic development, that the common person can see that we are going somewhere. And I think that is the issue. We do have a policy that seems to be a policy for encouraging private sector and the public sector to participate in the economic reform. And that is then translated into laws. When you look at the major laws that touch on corporations, like the Companies Act, the Income Tax, the Banking and Financial Institutions Act, but the Companies Act affects every corporation that is established as a company. You look at it, it's very good. It is one piece of legislation that was created after broad-based consultations between the public sector and the private sector. And it actually regulates on how a company does its business, how it records, how it appoints, the type of directors, how it winds up itself. If you look at the Companies Act, it is a very good piece of legislation. The regulations that were passed for that company, because the Companies Act that we are using now was actually passed in 2002, but entered into force in 2006. Still a very good one. Then you have other sectoral laws. The statutes are largely manageable. You can improve on some of them. It's the regulations that need to be looked at in terms of, is there need to improve on them? In the past, we used to have the regulations and they encourage people to evaluate the impact of these regulations to the business. And I would say what we are not doing now, what was done at the time at the period in our history, when we had the biggest percentage of economic growth relative to where we started. We used to have the private sector meeting with the public sector, the president, the ministers, and what the dialogue, the potential and the usefulness of a dialogue is for the private sector to tell you this is where the hurdles are. Because you have got to remove the hurdles in order for business to grow. And they would say, maybe for immigration we have these problems, and we think these are the solutions. It used to be 15 minutes presentations. You present 15 minutes, saying what you think the problems are and what you think the solutions are. And then that was followed by subsector dialogue, where you are now addressing a particular sector. I remember when I was in the board of the Tanzania Investment Center, we once used the private sector to get to know in the tourism sector what are the main constraints. Because the idea is not like to point fingers at each other, because the country is us, is wote. So we used to point out these are the issues, these are the problems, and we can actually resolve them and move forward. What we are doing now, I think, which I think, in my view, because maybe those who are in the public sector maybe see, and some of the private sector that participated see a quicker, efficient result from there. This blueprint, if you have a big blueprint that you take 2 years to implement, it's out of date. What you need is to talk to the specific sectors. If you go to rice farmers, they will tell you what the problem is. The horticulture, they'll tell you what the problem is. So my view is that the laws reflect the policy, but what is not yet happening enough is us getting the response from the private sector themselves, because they give you the answers, the issues, much faster than if you take a group of us who are professionals and say, oh, what is the best thing that we should look at? Okay? So that is one thing that I think we should do. And that doesn't need to come from the private sector foundation and the other bodies that are there can support, but you need to speak to the business people directly. I do some small farming. If you ask me, I can tell you what the problems I'm facing. If they were removed, maybe we can do faster. That is not yet, I can see a lot of improvement in it. And you don't get it from very structured thing. You just get it from the investors themselves. Those people who are wearing the shoes can give you for free what solutions that could solve the problems. The other thing that I see is for the issue of self-regulation, I think he raised it. I was like wondering how that could fit in our regulatory system, simply because we are common law based. And then when the presenter was making the presentation went on, I realized that we do have self-regulation. We just don't call it self-regulation in certain key areas. For instance, professional bodies. Professions like lawyers, engineers, valuers. These are people who are giving services to the public, but they need to self-regulate within a law. But the idea of the industry self-regulating itself entirely may not fit in our system, except that like a situation we had where the telecommunications companies were going into money transfers. And the Bank of Tanzania didn't really have regulations in place. But instead of stopping, there was an arrangement with the private sector so that they have some sort of guidelines on how they are working, how they should be operating money transfers, while the Bank of Tanzania, working with them, developed regulations. I wouldn't really suggest any other at the business level, because then you are encouraging guilds. We don't have a legal framework for that, and it wouldn't fit in a common law system, because we are, our legal framework is you have the statutes and the regulations that are intended to address or to help better implement a regulation. So I think we have the main laws, but we need feedback. How are we doing? If you want to know the administrative constraints, then invite a meeting of accounting firms, law firms. They will tell you. And valuers, those people who do the land regulation. Now it takes about 4 or 5 months just to transfer property. So if you talk to them, they can tell you these are the problems that we are finding. Can we find a way to go faster? Okay. In terms of ethics, if we follow the system we have, common law system, almost every sector has laws, regulations. We don't work by decrees or by directives. It's only the Bank of Tanzania that has been given that, and a few other regulatory bodies. That can then govern how you behave, and your ethics go with that. For the professions, they have a regulation, they self-regulate, but within a law, like the Lawyers Tanganyika Law Society. And then you have to look at the different committees and all that do ethics and other things that control and say, is there something that needs to be improved? The attitude from the private sector and from the public sector should be, is there a problem that we can solve so that we can move forward? Because if the economy does not grow, we all suffer. But also for the government or for the public sector, it's more work if you cannot really grow as fast as possible the economy so that you can do the type of programs that are required and that you plan for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinare. I think you've touched on some very key points. So PPDs, one, to this element of ethics, but also capacity in institutions. And I'm going to frame some of the questions to the panelists, but I'd like to bring us back to what your first point on the blueprint. I'd like to phrase this question to Mr. Shamte. We've heard a lot about the blueprint here this morning today, and being recognized as a positive public-private dialogue. TPSF have been in the forefront of driving this dialogue and bringing it through to implementation. And we heard Dr. Sinare saying 2 years is just too long for the implementation. By the time we get to actually start dealing with the issues within the blueprint, it may be too late. Can we get some thoughts from you on that? Do you consider the blueprint to be a positive PPD? And how do you see us taking it forward as we go on? What would you like to see more happening as we move forward? Mr. Shamte Karib.
Thank you very much. I can speak, yeah? Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Santina. The blueprint was something we have worked with the government from 2013. So it's been like 6 years of preparation. I do agree with my sister. It's just too long. But as advocates, we have to persevere, and we had to persevere because it was very necessary that a lot of the policies, a lot of the laws and regulations had to change if the private sector was going to prosper in this country. Many of these laws and regulations emanate from the times when we had a command economy. And therefore, they are totally, they're not for this market economy. We need to change. But we are there. As we heard from the minister, at long last, there is some implementation which is taking place. But still, we think that the speed of implementation also has to improve. The approval, the cabinet approval of the blueprint was in, I think, April of last year. And here we are in May of this year, and we really haven't, we have seen spurts of trying to implement, but the proper organized implementation has yet to start taking place. So I think it is very critical that this implementation is expedited so that we are able to reap the benefits. There are, in that blueprint, some very low-hanging fruits, you know, some quick wins, which if implemented quickly, it can make a very serious difference to some of the practices which are there. Some of them are midterm, of course, they will take longer, but at least let's start somewhere and implement. The participation of the private sector in the implementation, in the monitoring, and in the evaluation is critical. It should not, and it can't be, a governmental affair that only the government will sit there and say, this is how we are going to do it. Because, Santina, many of the guys who are there have never done business in their lives. So they don't really understand what is the implication of doing this or of not doing this. So it's very, very important that in all the implementation aspects, you need to have the private sector involvement, and in the monitoring and the evaluation. And as we go along, we realize that the goodwill is so critical on both sides, on the side of the government and on the side of the private sector. So we need goodwill in order to be able to finalize the implementation. But also realizing that as we go along, there are new challenges. So we shouldn't say that, oh, we are taking this, without realizing that there will be other challenges which will crop up as we are implementing. But it is a good example of a public-private dialogue and partnership to reach the stage where we have reached.
Thank you, Mr. Shamte. I think I'd like us to bring us to our next section, which is really more focused on self-regulation and the issue of ethics. We've heard there's so many public-private platforms that are in place for Mr. Simbeye. Are they effective? How do we implement them? So if we touch on this issue of do we trust each other as public and private, and what is the private sector doing to make sure that it is a trustworthy partner? Sanjay, I'd like to bring this to you. As I mentioned, when you came up on stage, you're wearing many, many hats. Can you share some of the initiatives that, whether it's through the associations or through private sector themselves, what are some of the self-regulation what are the initiatives that are being adopted in terms of addressing the issue of ethics? Can you share with us some of those examples?
I think, is my mic working? Is my right? Hello? Come close. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, I'm going to use this. I find this overall dialogue, and sorry I came a bit late, very interesting. I could see Mr. Simbeye talking, I can see my colleagues talking, and a big reflection, particularly from the self-regulation presentation that came to me, and I know Mr. Simbeye touched on Rwanda, is the question I ask myself with the different hats I wear is, can there ever be trust in a world where you are only solving problems? Can there ever be trust in a world where we are only solving problems? We are only talking about problems and challenges and issues. We are not talking about prosperity. I think trust is built when you want to grow together. Trust is built when you want to progress together. You touched on Rwanda, Mr. Simbeye. One of the things that hit me when I visited a friend in Rwanda who took me to a minister is the minister first handed over a book to me, and the book was called Unleashing the Private Sector. Unleashing the Private Sector. This is a minister giving me a book which says Unleashing the Private Sector. And it only talked about prosperity. It didn't talk about problems. It recognized where we are and then said, what are we going to do together to get to the future? Because I think we are in a world where we have problems with the private sector and we have problems with the public sector. And I know we have had so many dialogues in the 3 years I've been back in Tanzania, but the big issue is we are only solving problems. And I don't know if there is any relationship in this world that can get to trust if we are only solving problems. I think that's a big question to ask ourselves. Do we have a strategy for prosperity, or do we have a blueprint or strategy for problem solving? We can put many self-regulation issues, but if we are solving problems, the self-regulation itself is going to be a problem. But on the positive note, I think there is more dialogue that's happening, which is great, and I think Mr. Simbeye alluded to that. From a banking sector, clearly, we think we've had a big breakthrough. We had a meeting of bankers first and said, we're not doing this right, we're not doing this right, the public is talking about this, the global scene is dirty. So what are we going to do? And then we met the regulator, and the regulator said, you're not doing this right, you're not doing this right. You need to be zero tolerant here. So we sat together and said, the best way to attain success is through self-regulation. Why should somebody, we're all adults, why should somebody tell me what I'm doing is wrong or right? I need to know that myself. As business leader, I need to make sure that the good governance standards that my client, my customer, and the future generation, remember a lot of this is now being demanded by the youth. There's a lot of outcry all over the world about purpose then profit. So we sat together and we've now developed a code of conduct. On the 21st of February, it was agreed on draft form. I think we will, of course, soon be publishing it. We're just waiting for the date. And it has two concepts. One is what are the principles, and the principles looks at products, services, how we treat our customers, confidentiality, the whole concept of diversity and inclusion. It looks at how we will communicate, of course dealing with corruption and money laundering. It also looks at professionalism as a bigger concept, not just a hearsay thing. And finally, of course, laws and regulations, which are important. But it touches the aspect of behaviors and obligation, which is about the diligence, the honesty, the integrity piece, fairness, ethics, etc. So soon, I think this best practice will be released, and I hope someday when my friends from IFC will be talking, it will be on their slides, and we can promote things like this. But also, Santina, you remember that in August 2015, the CEO Roundtable, working with the Ethics Committee, clearly agreed on the National Integrity Pledge, which is a phenomenal document this country has had. And every time you open your company from BRELA, you're actually supposed to sign that up. And it also talks about integrity, professionalism, good governance, transparency. But on the other side, it also talks about loyalty from the government officials. It also talks about patriotism. You will never do anything that impacts the country. You'll always do good things. So that was probably one of our single largest success we had. And it covered the public leaders, the public servants, and the private sector. So, things that we will watch and see. But my big question is there going to be trust when you're only solving problems? Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. Just a follow-on from there, and also as alluded to Dr. Sinara earlier, the service industry is doing a lot in terms of self-regulation. Ms. Tamsuya, can you give us some examples of what have you been implementing in terms of the area of self-regulation? How is it working, and how can you encourage other sectors to participate in this element? And bringing it really to Tanzania, we heard some great examples of self-regulation globally. What would be practical and make sense here in Tanzania? Mr. Msuya.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks again for the question. I think certainly on the profession itself, there are so many things which we are doing which fall within the self-regulation. As you know, the Body of Accountants and Auditors, we have a local institute in Tanzania. So basically has set up standards and guidelines which need to be followed across by all practitioners. So certainly there are carrot and sanctions which actually apply to non-compliance and overall firms and individuals who participate in various professional activities. I just want to bring to your attention a new development which was developed by International Ethics Standard Board, IASBA. So they've brought a new framework which deal with what we call non-compliance with laws and regulations. So it's called a NOCLA. It's like abbreviation. What that framework actually does, it helps the CPAs, the accountants, to break from this cycle of confidentiality. Because currently we are bounded to keep all information we have confidential. Anything you get from your client, you cannot disclose or issue to the public. So there's that big wall. But what NOCLA say is, if you encounter a situation whereby you have an institution or your client who is not complying with the laws and regulations, there is a responsibility for you to report that non-compliance to the regulator. But so what the standard does actually is to give you a thought process. Because you may find this is a situation where when you approach management, they're part and parcel of that game. When you go to the board and the audit committee, they're part and parcel of that. So you as an auditor, what do? Do you resign quietly and say, this is the end of the road? So this is a practical situation whereby now the auditors are compelled, once you have done your proper consultation, to say, hang on here, I think I'm engaging with a particular organization, and to the interest of the public, I ought to disclose this element of non-compliance to the regulator. So it may be a tax compliance, it may be health related, but in the area of specialization, if there's anything which comes to your attention, yes, we have an obligation. So to me, this is one of the very practical development from the global, which actually we can apply in the market, which actually can work quite well in terms of self-regulation. So straight to answer your question, I think that is one of the areas which I foresee we can play parts on that one. Let me stop there. And then
thank you, Mr. Msuya. Yeah. I keep hearing the interest of the public, patriotism, common good, and one overarching theme that's coming up in all of this is encouraging private sector competitiveness, because as we saw the numbers as delivered by Mr. Yataka, the numbers are compelling. 97% of employment comes from private sector, and the more competitive it can be, the better it will be. So I would like to now take that and push it forward to Dr. Mduma. Dr. Mduma, you head up the FCC. What is the FCC doing in terms of helping promote a competitive market? And how do you provide public support to make sure that the market becomes more competitive within the private sector? Can you share some of the initiatives that are happening there? Karibu, Dr. Mduma.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important discussion. And when I look at the areas of the discussants here, probably I'm the only one who is coming from the government institution. And in that regard, I will also, yes, in that regard, I will also present the dimension which it reflects what we are actually doing as a government institution. I'll start from where the Sefue started, that when the economy was liberalized, the liberalization was kind of overdone, and we needed some regulators to come in order to make sure that the players in the economy do not play roughly against each other and roughly against the consumers. And that's the essence of the Fair Competition Commission, which, as I said, is the government institution. As the institution, we are mandated to implement two pieces of legislation. The first one is the Fair Competition Act, which actually prohibits three things. And the private sector is here, and all these three things pertains to the private sector. The first one is we want to regulate merger and acquisition so that we don't get into a situation where the market is monopolized by few players. And we know the consequences of when you have the monopoly distortion. That's the first aspect. Then the second one is we also deal with those who are already dominant in the market and they use that dominance abusively. Being dominant is not an issue. It's only when you abuse your market size in the economy, you become an issue, and therefore the institution is there to regulate that kind of aspect. The other thing is actually to intervene in those who agreement which restrict competition. And here it's very important when it comes to the avenue of the government. The restrictive trade practices include cartels, and my colleagues was talking about the self-regulations here, and cartels are behavior among the few players in the market. And if we don't have that kind of self-regulations, then definitely you will be contravening this regulation. We have issues of bid rigging, for instance, where bidders could collude and influence the way the tender will be evaluated, and at the end of the day, who is going to get that tender. And in this regime, when we have a lot of giga projects financed by the government, and if you just inflate that price of cement, price of iron roads, etc., you will definitely cause a lot of social costs, and let alone to the consumers and the like. Colleague from the bank here, we have what we call the standard consumer phone contracts, because we also know the kind of rough that the banking and financial institutions are playing. So that's in a nutshell what is FCC is supposed to be doing. We also have another piece of legislation, as I said, which is the Mechanized Market Act, and this is for curbing counterfeits. Counterfeits harms producers like the private sector who are here, and also harm the consumers who will be buying those counterfeited goods. So given these mandates as a government institution, and in the forum like here where we discuss issues of dialogue, we would love to see that the private sector is self-regulating it in such a way that we don't end up having those cartels that will necessitate the government intervention to bust them. So it's my hope that we will be able to go in that direction. I have a few things to contribute to the building capacity of the private sector, and this has to do with the issue of blueprint. Mzee Sembe, you know, we have been there since the last 2 years in preparing this monster document. It's coming to an implementation. Yeah, I just remember the words you said, big document, but the answers are there. We really noted that we also need to build the capacity of the private sector when it comes to engaging with the private sector. And we noted the 3 important areas. The first one is actually to increase the capacity of the private sector organization to aggregate these views and present them to the government. Instead of bringing the peace bill, the sneaking in, and at the end of the day, we find a policy being passed, and after a few days, you realize the policy wasn't justified from any social ground. The second one is the transformation views, which I already hear it coming from this discussion, the issues of self-regulation, so on and so forth. And the other thing is the capacity to analyze issues, so that when you come to the government, you come for the dialogue, you come with a concrete, solid evidence for the government to base its decisions. You may agree with me that this is the area where both sides, the public and the private, has slightly weak capacity. People have ephemeral evidence and they want to use those to making decisions. And the last one, I think, is the entire coordination of the private sector in general, and I'm glad I see the CEO of the TNBC here. I think if we strengthen those working groups, we have a window through which we can feed the decision-making machinery with a well-informed and chewed output of the both the private and the public sector. That's what I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Mduma. I'd like us to sort of come back to another framework that Dr. Sinaris highlighted, which was the administrative issues. Can we look further, and I'll push this to Ambassador Sefue, in terms of the that we're seeing of how we can help build capacity and working together with public-private to do so.
Thank you very much for that question. Hello? Yeah, okay. The question of capacity is extremely important, and on both sides. And I'm glad that the issue of, if you call it think tanks or whatever it is, on both sides, on the government and the private sector. Because if you are in government, for those who have been in in senior positions in government, there's so much that coming to your desk, you really don't have time to go deeper and to think through every aspect of of a possible decision that you are going to take. So if you have think tanks, if you have people in government, you have people in private sector that are really think tanks, that are empowered really to go deep and study an issue and find possible causes of action that can be submitted then for the people who make policy decisions. That would be very helpful. So I would like to see more capacity in that kind of situation, both within the government as well as within the private sector. To me, that's extremely important. Because you just can't, if you are a minister, if you are a permanent secretary, so much is coming before you. That's why you meet, for instance, the private sector in a dialogue, we agree on a certain course of action. If you really don't have a mechanism that will follow it through, it falls by the wayside. So think tanks is extremely important, but also the follow through. After you have agreed that this is the way to go forward, how do we make sure this happens as quickly as possible? And that you have actually a mechanism that follows it through and reports back. And because situations are also changing, context keeps on evolving. So then how do we adjust what we agreed to new circumstances today? So you need people who, on a full-time basis almost, deal with these issues. I think that would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Sefouad. I'd like to follow this up with Dr. Sinari. You have a lot of experience actually working within these platforms. Can you share with us one example of a mechanism that has been implemented that worked, and how, taking from Ambassador Sefouad, we can make it work in the current environment in which we're working today? Can you share with us a learning from one of these dialogues you've worked in?
Thank you. I think administrative constraints can be removed fairly quickly. It's a question of, at government level, getting feedback from those who are using the public services and understanding where the constraints are. That is something that can be done very quickly. You get feedback from those who are, for instance, in the area of transfer of property or sale of property. You get feedback from those who are using the services. They will tell you very quickly where the hurdles are, and then to address those. We have had that. There was a roadmap study that was done by USAID some years back in the 1990s, first part of 1990s. And that solved the problem, because instead of spending so much time just getting something through, the government then responded from those. And another area is immigration. I mean, if you're encouraging investment, there has to be a certain level of experts that are allowed to come in who are not Tanzanians. You get feedback from the industry where the constraints are, and you address those issues. Then on the issue, for instance, of registration of companies, we spent so much time about how difficult it is to start. But then there are also associated issues. That problem is resolved, and then some other problem comes in. There has to be some sort of dialogue directly with these people, because once you go into studies, it takes time. Look at this blueprint. There has been so much to the current laws that the blueprint addresses in some cases, mainly through miscellaneous amendments. So, like my brother Shamte said, okay, the blueprint, you spent so much time on it, let's solve it, but while we do that, we have to find out what has changed in between so that we can achieve. Here, Mr. Rungani said something very important. The focus and the goal will be, what is it that we can do to grow this economy? Because we can't improve the standards of our people if the economy doesn't grow. And the positive view is what we are saying, that administrative constraint and procedures need to be addressed. I might say I'm not as active as in the past, but we are in contact in our profession. We do training in our profession, so we get feedback from the lawyers who are acting for parties. The administrative procedures right now are causing delays in terms of decision making, where you get to the end where you can now now move. And that is an area positively where government can consult those entities that do services, like msuyas, accountants, like lawyers, like valuers. If you have a meeting with these people, they can give you an idea of where these hurdles are. And then we target those ones. The reason we have not improved as much as we are doing the reforms, it's because as we are reforming our administrative procedures, new issues come up which we ought to be addressing. That's why I think a dialogue, a relationship with these institutions can with these professions can help us identify what we need to do. I always, I think Mr. Semfue has been in government for many years. He knows that there isn't that much money to do in-depth studies within the government in order to find out what the problem is. But what we learned in the past was that if you address the group that is suffering, they can tell you what you need to do. And it's the cheapest and the most effective way of resolving problems. In Tanzania, that's what I think we have not reached yet. Right now, it's the professional bodies that meet with some members, where if you are dealing with general things like work permits, resident permits, and administrative issues in the public scene, that is okay. But most problems are sector specific. So if you look at a sector and say, what can we do to solve, I think that will have faster effects than we're doing now. We ought to come down in terms of the ease of doing business. And the will is there. So the issue is how can we do it faster? That's what we have to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinari. I'm going to be opening it up to the floor for some questions for our panel. But I'd like to bring it back to this issue of mistrust. Can we have meaningful dialogue if we still have this issue of mistrust? Mr. Shamte, TPSF working with United Nations Global Compact to support, in fact, principle number 10, we saw in a presentation this morning, guiding principles in terms of codes of conduct. Can you share with us, is this working? Are members supporting this principle, which is really pillared under anti-corruption? And how can you encourage your members and the broader private sector to really adopt these codes of conduct so that we can have more meaningful dialogue when we do come to the table? Mr. Shamte.
Yeah, one of the most difficult things we are having is actually dealing with this issue in the sense that corruption happens in dark corners and under the table, and so it's not a structured activity. But what we are doing is, of course, the private sector is involved in the corruption. In many cases, it is not about the public sector to public sector, it's about private sector to public sector. We feel that we have to deal with this issue, because at the end of the day, I think it will be something which will be good for the private sector itself and for the economy in general. So we are developing and propagating a code of conduct, which we believe that if it went hand in hand with other measures, that everybody will sign on to, that as private sector, you don't indulge in corrupt activities. But that has got to go with the rule of law, because when you have no rule of law, that's when you have the opportunity for corruption. We need a lot of transparency in the activities which are happening. We need fair play and fair competition in order to make sure that everybody is getting a fair share. You are effective, you are competitive, you get the business, not that because you have corrupted somebody. So we are fighting hard, also fighting bureaucracy. You know, bureaucracy is one of the things which fuels corruption. Time is of essence for business people, and if something can be done in one day and then you are given the runaround, the tendencies for corruption are very highly magnified, because you want something to be done and you want it to be done quickly. We are also looking at this aspect of self-regulation and whistleblowing in the sense that we know in some of our sectors, in the same sector, we know the corrupt people, we know. And we need to do whistleblowing and say, look here, you are destroying everything for all of us, so it's important that you have your house in order. As I said, it is a difficult one, but it is a bone we have to crack because it is important for the competitiveness, for the way in which we can do business fairly for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Shamte. Mr. Msuya, you had something to add on that point, and perhaps even from the element of looking at audits. Yeah, what can we do more in that area?
Really around the issue of lack of trust between public and private, and really I'm coming from the accounting angle. One area which we need to be honest to all of us here is around the issue of taxation. We call it tax planning. We structure transaction, we structure things in such a way we can maximize efficiency within the tax code. There's another area which also creates a lot of tension between private and public, and the regulator is around how do we price transactions within the multinationals. We call it transfer pricing. It's a complex area. So I think we need to be honest to each other. These are some of the areas where, on one side, the government wants to maximize the revenue. On the other side, we as private sector and public sector, with the profit motive, we want to maximize our profitability. And we come up with different schemes to achieve that. So in my view, the area of tax planning, there's a bit of complexity, need to be understood well. The area of transfer pricing, even the regulator is trying to develop some sort of skill set. But we as private sector also, how can we help the regulator to build capacity? How can we expose some of these regulator experts to be exposed to the developed world, to go and acquire more skills around this complex area? So I just want to bring that to your attention. And I think earlier when Mr. Simbe was doing a presentation about the challenges, talking about the tax levels and the multitude of taxes, I think we need to turn the coin and say, we as private sector, how can we help the government to broaden the tax base? Because that's another way of building this partnership. On one side, you're asking the government to lower the level of tax to harmonize. But also we need to come up with the ideas on how we can broaden the tax base. How can we bring the informal sector to be tax paying? We are looking on the rate tax to GDP compared to other countries in the region. We are challenged. So I think there are a lot of areas where instead of also looking on us, we need to say, what can we contribute to help the government actually in those areas? And to me, if you've got one or two broader idea around tax base, that can be another win-win situation where the government can say, yes, there's partnership here. Someone is bringing new ideas which can help me to take care of my social needs and infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Msuya. So let's be reminded that when we started the dialogue, the event here this morning, Honorable Kairuki challenged us to really think deep and come out with some clear outcomes in terms of how we move forward and provide constructive feedback to the government. So as we've done this morning, one of the clear things that's coming out is having a mechanism for reporting, evaluating what our development is, and I think would address a lot of the bureaucracy issues that are coming up, some of the challenges in terms of building capacity, if we can have a mechanism for monitoring our development. So I am going to be opening up to the floor, so I hope the microphones are ready. But in the meantime, and in my defense, I did not forget Stephen, who was sitting at the end of the panel. He had asked me that he wanted to come on. He is with the World Bank, but really listen to the panelists and get some insights in terms of moving forward. So having said that, Stephen, before we open to the floor, can you give us, what are your key takeaways, and what do you think the World Bank can help support in terms of implementation here in Tanzania? Karibu, Stephen.
Thank you, Santina. Is it on? Yes, thank you. Well, the perfect segue into this discussion, in fact, Mr. Msuda, thank you very much, talking about economic growth and expanding the tax base. But I'd like to also tie that into the common thread of this discussion, which is about trust building, in fact. And let's use the term value chain of trust, because the value here we're discussing, instead of value chains and industries, is in fact the linkages of trust among the stakeholders in this society, whether they be in the public sector, private sector, or in the intermediation between the two. We have all the stakeholders present here, and we're talking about a cycle, a chain of trust that has to be established, a chain that cannot be broken lest the system collapse. And the economic transformation, the competitiveness of industries required for growth require on the modalities and the dynamics behind a system, a circle, or a value chain of trust building that needs to propel economic transformation going forward. Now, the minister interestingly said the incentive, the drive, has to extend beyond your own enterprise, right? It has to be driven by other motives, whether it's patriotic, as is mentioned before. That also applies in the public sector, too. I've worked in countries where the blueprint document was developed and implemented within 6 to 8 months. Why? Because each minister felt for patriotic motives that implementing the blueprint and even reducing the bureaucracy and staffing in his own area is more important for the country than it is for his own interest and his own portfolio. Same thing in the industries, where companies compete on ethics. They compete on excelling in good conduct and anti-corruption measures and in compliance. And there are examples here in this country that I could cite. For example, and I see one gentleman here with Kamal Steel. For example, I am familiar very much with, it's not just a steel company, it builds schools, it builds community centers, childcare. He doesn't do it because the law requires him to do that. He does it because he wants to. He does it because he wants to build trust with the community and with the government as well. And this is the kind of activity that I think in Tanzania we can look and we can find in the professional services sectors, for example, where each of the enterprises, I see Ernst & Young, I see Standard Chartered, but each of them has compliance and ethics officers. They have their own internal policing mechanisms, not only within their institution, within their sector, within their profession. That does not require a constant barrage of inspectors from the government coming in looking under every rock. In fact, these institutions excel and want to compete on the basis of excellence and integrity. And that's what will drive this economy to move forward towards its destined potential. Within the public sector, there is the public internal trust building that needs to take place. And I thank also Mr. Msuda. The need for regulation. The regulatory agencies have to have the proper arrangement with the government bodies and have the dialogue with the private sector in tariff setting, in setting service standards, and so on, to be able to regulate relatively autonomously of political directives. Whether we have overlapping institutions in the regulatory sector like TFDA, TBS, and so on, these are all elements that have been identified that need to be addressed as part of the trust-building process under the blueprint process. So if we can resolve issues within public, we can then demonstrate how trust building takes place with inputs from the private sector, which is calling for these changes. Within the private sector, I just mentioned how self-regulation, in fact, self-initiative does not need to be legally mandated. This is by free will, a desire of enterprises to show their conduct, their compliance with government regulations, as well as to provide their voice to government so they are considered as true partners. And Whether we call it the value chain of trust or the partnership of trust, I think in the end that's the common thread we have all been discussing here. Now the catalysts behind this are the tireless champions of public-private dialogue. Mr. Shamte, Mr. Godfrey, tirelessly fighting to bring the sides together so that that glue can continue to bond and to function and drive progress forward. Ms. Oliva as well, thank you very much. And Sanjay, not to mention. This is where capacity building from the World Bank has been provided, and we are trying to intensify it further in terms of the monitoring and reporting mechanisms, in terms of the modalities of dialogue, and of course the capacity. But it requires the environment to be accepting to it, and it requires a follow through on the activities as well. As we've discussed and everyone else is, the only way to build trust is in fact by showing action on what has been discussed. And I just mentioned, just like a law cannot force two people to love each other, it cannot force trust either. It has to be wanted between the stakeholders. And I think this is where we manifest the furthest. The World Bank does have programs in which are oriented at trust building, anti-corruption activities in industries and so on. We have a number of examples. I've worked in DRC, for example, where we're setting up agro-industrial parks, where each of the companies involved signs a pledge, and we've even classified the pledges: red pact, green pact, and hybrid pact, depending on the level of compliance that they commit to, which will be enforced, monitored, and sanctioned for receiving government assistance. So just like here, if we have industrial parks, clusters, value chains, those who participate in those and receive government assistance, of course, also sign a pledge of good conduct, ethics, and so on. This is kind of the theme we're discussing here. That can be implemented. That is something that exists in the world, whether it's PPP type enforcement by contract, where you have also citizen engagement and participation in monitoring of compliance and various grievance mechanisms and so on. Those elements of the ecosystem have to be in place, and that certainly is doable. Is it doable in Tanzania? Of course. This country was set up, it was established, it was created and founded in unity and consensus of a common vision and a common destiny. All the stakeholders we have in this room, particularly, this is a microcosm of this society. There is the trust building process right here, and includes also the World Bank, of course, as the catalyst and participant in this partnership of building trust, and other partners as well. I think beyond this conference, as we go out, let's spread the spirit forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Santina, I just wanted to add one more thing. I'm sorry I'm taking time. I think, first of all, the issues that we are facing about self-regulation, compliance, my friend here talked about NOCLAIR. At the moment in the accounting world, we have a lot of issues around monitoring group, as you know. There's the whole thing about accountability now. I'm also the vice president of the International Federation of Accountants on the public accountants, on the accountant side. So there is a lot of tensions. So what's happening to us is not only happening to us. My self-reflection of my own organization, which is extremely, extremely disciplined about compliance, and many other organizations that I'm part of which are very disciplined about compliance, is there is enough tensions that we are dealing with, and that does help us to build some trust and some alignment, but we need to have enough adventures that we are also dealing with. When you're constantly just trying to say, what are you solving, what are you closing, what problems, then the problem is it's just going to be draining. We need to have good adventures that take us and promote us to the world that we are going to find trust together. So one of the challenges I want to throw maybe to World Bank in this case is, I know that the World Bank is supporting the Pathways Commission. The Pathways Commission is driving a huge initiative about the digital readiness of an economy towards prosperity. So if the private sector and the public sector works together and identifies what is that digital readiness we want to have as an economy to drive our prosperity together, that's an area that neither the public sector is aware of or the private sector is aware of, but together we will harness more trust. So I think we need to have more adventures like those to take us together forward, where I don't have the answers and the public sector doesn't have the answers, and that's a relationship game. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. So we'll now open up to the floor for questions for our panel. Do we have the microphones ready? And if I may ask, if you can please state your name, your organization, before you ask your question. I see a lot of hands on this side. Are we seeing them? We have one in the front here and another in the back with Latifa over there.
Thank you, moderator, and my compliments to all the panelists and speakers. My name is Julia Broussard. I'm the Deputy Representative for UN Women. And I have a question about how gender equality figures into codes of conduct. So the UN Global Compact was mentioned several times. The Global Compact, in cooperation with my agency, developed the Women's Empowerment Principles. There are a set of 7 principles for companies to adhere to promote gender equality in the course of their business. As of now, more than 2,000 companies globally have signed on to the WEPs. There's 2 reasons for companies to do this. They look better. They're promoting gender equality, they're promoting the rights of women, they're promoting internally issues like women's access to employment, equal pay, maternity leave, all of these issues. But there's another reason why it's in the interest of companies to promote gender equality, and that's because several studies conducted in multiple countries have found a strong positive correlation between companies that do better at gender in terms of having more women in their workforce, and particularly more women in their leadership, and the profitability of these companies. And so from this point of view, it just makes sense for companies to promote gender equality because they have an edge on their competition. And I can share these studies with anybody who's interested. Another aspect of this is gender responsive procurement. So in some places in the world, the United States is one example, the government will give tax breaks to large corporations that have more women-owned or minority-owned companies in their supply chain. So these multinationals actively start searching for potential suppliers who are minority-owned or women-owned as a form of affirmative action. And the idea is slowly spreading to other countries. So my question then is for any of the panelists, to what extent is your organization helping to promote gender equality in the idea of codes of conduct and public-private partnerships? Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. I think we'll take another question, but Sanjay, if you can take that question when we come back to the panel. We had another question from Latifa in the back there.
Thank you. My name is Latifa Sykes. I'm with Tourism Aviation. I have a question. Thank you, by the way, for this event. My question based on implementation. We're talking about the blueprint, which a couple years now, we're still waiting for execution, implementation of many of the issues. One of the panelists said there's a shelf life in many of the issues that we discussed. My question is, what can we, as private sector, the challenges that government is facing to implement the recommendations, what can we as private sector do to help? I mean, we went through a very long process, many years of putting this beautiful document together, but now we just need it to be worked on. What are the challenges? Maybe if we knew what the challenges government is facing to be able to implement, what can we do as private sector to help, make it go faster? But lastly, we've talked about PPD for years, and it's the same thing over and over again. So my question is, and I think, what can we put in place to communicate that we have we're fighting the same fight. We need, the aims, goals, and objectives are the same. We've been sitting here talking about trust and corruption, and something needs to be done. But again, we keep talking about it over and over again. TNBC, TPSF, I just need those questions put out there, and maybe the panelists will have a...
Thank you, Latifa. So your first question in terms of what can we as private sector do more to support the government in the implementation of the blueprint, perhaps if I can address that one to Mr. Shamte. And also your second one in terms of how do we come together and work towards a common goal. Ambassador Sefue, perhaps I can ask you to draw on your expertise of long service within government to address that one. Can we take one more before we pull it back to the panel? We have somebody here in the back.
Thank you. Wilbert Prosper from Winamwanga. I have a concern. Generally, we all understand what we have heard, that there is a cry and a need to have a bridge of partnership, the government, the private, and the public sector. My concern is on, maybe I'll ask the panelists to answer this, maybe as a contribution. In the private sector, we need people to work. And these should be qualified people. What do you say concerning the quality of education we provide, the type of the people you wish to have in the private sector? Because there is a lot of complaints concerning the end product of the people who come from the school and to come and working in these sectors. What is the contribution of the private sector to solve the problem? Because it's like there is one group which is preparing these people to be educated, and there is another group which receives them, and then it is complaining. Should I hear from the panelists that type of partnership? Thank you, and the contribution of the ideas to solve the problem.
Thank you, Wilfred. So I think if we can ask two of the panelists to take that question. Mr. Msuya, I'll ask you to address that one. I know PwC have a great initiative which takes in university graduates. And also, if I may ask Sanjay to also address what is the overall private sector doing in terms of addressing the skills that are coming out of university versus the skills that are required. So if we can start with the first question that was raised, which is going to go to Sanjay from the Deputy Representative of UN Women. Sanjay, Karib.
I think I'll need the mic. Thank you. I can see, Julia, you're very passionate about women. But I think this is actually picking momentum. In a country, I believe statistically we have more women than men in this country. But if I would just expand it beyond women, the call from the CEO Roundtable is much more embracing diversity and inclusion. And that doesn't only look at the women issues, which you very well elaborated. I don't think we have got the WEPs here, even though globally Standard Chartered has signed up to it and we pretty much are contributing. But we are looking at multiple things. Millennials, which has become 70% of our workforce now. We are looking at the different generations. So, now there is Gen Z, the millennials, the baby boomers, and the decision making is much more at the baby boomers who don't understand the different generations. But we're also looking at things like, the whole area of, the future youth. So childcare, things that UNICEF is really promoting the 10 principles. So I think from the private sector, from the CEO Roundtable, I must say that these are issues that we are constantly reminding our members about. We also have a big role to play in the whole sustainability piece, through our support with IUCN. So there's much more happening. I think what we need to do, from just the point you made, is maybe promote quite a lot many more local best practices. So things that companies are doing locally, so it inspires others. I think it's not about will, but it is how, and how requires many more local stories to be said. Remember, when we are in school, if you hear about your local leader, that's what's going to inspire us. The other question was about capacity building. Can I come back to it later? Yeah.
If before I move on to the next question, if I can ask Dr. Sinari to also touch on this issue of women being the only female on the panel as well. I'm noting now. Yes, please, can you share with us as well? So addressing Julia's question, but what has been your experience in terms of empowering women in Tanzania?
I think we historically we really have started well, because our founding president made it a mission for him. In fact, I got employed internationally because he pointed out that I was more qualified than the others that were the other names that went to his desk for the appointment at the time. But of course, this is a continuous thing. And there's a lot of women groups, lawyers, Women Lawyers Association, all sorts of people who are pushing for inclusion of more women at the higher level, because you find in these companies there are quite a lot of women on the lower levels. It's the higher decision-making positions, and I support that. I also support the fact that you could have targeted assistance in terms of procurement by targeting also women. So there are a lot more that we can do, including training. I was at a meeting for women where we were talking about actually designing programs for professionally for women lawyers, and some of them stood up and said, no, we need both, because, for instance, in our legal profession, we do have a lot of professional gap, because the training at the university is not adequate for the practice. What we have done, and I'm one of the lawyers that do a lot of continuous legal training, is we take people who have had practical experience in some areas of law to train, so that we can pass on the knowledge. But that is what the private sector can do, postgraduate training, and it's not sufficient. So we, as we speak about improving the environment, we also have to advocate for increased investment in our education, because that is key. And I think in most of the professions this is happening. The banks are leading in internal training, and I think they need to do that simply for them to survive. So in the banking sector, it's not a very big problem. It's the other companies and all that. But professionally, I think in every profession we're having a problem in terms of the quality of education that is coming. But also it's an opportunity for the private sector to see what it is that we can do. And part of the dialogue, in fact, that's the first question in all these meetings that I've attended of dialogue that has come about, what about dialogue on the quality of education and how we can improve it. I think it's a good thing for the private sector foundation to take up, because it underlies how much actually you can do in terms of skill set. It's no longer a selling point to say we have cheap labor. It's skill that is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sinari. So we'll move to the next question, which was Latifa's, which was directed at Mr. Shamte, which is, what can the private sector do more in terms of supporting the government to implement the blueprint?
Can I be heard? Yeah. Now, thank you, Latifa. First thing we are doing is making sure that it is on the permanent agenda of each and every meeting we have with the President, with the Prime Minister, with the Minister for Investment, with every minister we meet, with every public official. We remind them that this is to be implemented yesterday. This is one of the things we are doing permanently, and I would ask all the private sector people in here, first of all, read that document, understand it. It is a public document, it's not a secret. Read it, understand it, and help in the process making sure that we talk about it is in the agenda every day. But the other thing which we are doing and which we should do is to highlight the benefit of implementation. It is again creating a common goal that if we implement this, there is going to be benefit for the public and the private sector. When you have that common goal, people get more interested than if it is only addressing issues of the private sector. What we have encountered in some of the implementation is, what's the right word? Tough wars. The tough wars, you know, that this is my ministry, this is yours, this is my institution, you are talking about killing my institution, what is going to happen to me, and such things, you know. It is quite complicated, but we are trying to say, look here, in the end, at the end of the day, you are going also to benefit out of this. And it's not about your ministry, it is about the totality of the economy of the country. There are other things in there which we as the private sector actually are supposed to implement. So let's show the way and start implementing those things so that when you say you point a finger to the public sector, look at the three fingers which are pointing at you. And there are things which we need to implement. But we would like more ideas. If I can throw back at Latifa, what do you think extra can we do?
Thank you, Mr. Shamte. Latifa, I do believe you'll be thinking on that, and we'll feed back to Mr. Shamte. So on to the next question, which is for Ambassador Sefue. How can we as private sector and government come together and really realize that we're pushing towards a common goal? What would be your recommendations on how we move forward?
Thank you very much. I think there isn't too much of a problem in the public and the private agreeing on where we want to go as a country. I wouldn't dwell too much on that. The issue is, how do we ensure that whatever we agree that needs to be done is actually done in a timely fashion? That is the biggest challenge. And you talked about what Rwanda says about, a lot of countries say this Tanzania is always talking. That's why I said at the beginning that some of other countries use us as a lab. You know, a lot of ideas come out here, and other countries pick them and go and run away with them, and then we try to go and learn from them. You know, so how do we make sure that all these good ideas that come from these dialogues are actually implemented? You know, I've sat through these dialogues from President Mkpa's time. You know, and same good ideas come up, and of course the context changes, but good new ideas come up. But then you don't see the link between what has been discussed and what we get at the end of the day. And I would challenge the private sector, because fortunately each of our presidents, each successive president has made this commitment to working with the private sector. So I think in terms of monitoring and evaluation, a sustained mechanism of saying this is what we agreed, it has to be implemented with this time frame. So in the private sector, if you could have a team that keeps track of this and brings it up to the government every time there's a slippage. Because I said the government is involved in a lot of things. Even the minister responsible for this, a lot of things. But if somebody could do that monitoring, and say, you know what, Minister, we agreed that this will happen within 3 months. We're way behind. I'm sure some of them will feel compelled to act. But the private sector should be aggressive. You don't have to be apologetic about this. You know, sometimes I listen to Simbeya, he looks like apologetic. Don't be apologetic, because the president said we want to work with you. Say, okay, Mr. President, we want to work with you too, but this is what we want. This is what we agreed. It's not happening. Can somebody intervene? I think it will help. I think it will help. Thank you. I'm not sure if Latif has been very helpful. But I want the private sector to be more aggressive, more forceful, because you have the commitment of the president. You don't have to be apologetic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Sefue. So we're going to finalize the final question, which was on quality of education and capacity. And then we'll invite the panel to say just 1 minute briefly, final closing remarks and key takeaways, which I think we're repeatedly hearing this morning. Then we'll start to wrap up our session this morning with closing remarks. So if I may throw this to Mr. Msuya in terms of the gap between people who are coming out of university versus the skills that are required within the private sector. How are we as private sector addressing that? And if, Sanjay, if you could add to that as well, and then we'll wrap up our panel.
Yeah, can I be heard? I can, eh? Okay. So I think it's a valid observation. Always there's a gap between what is coming from our colleges and university vis-a-vis the demand. In the market, I think we are seeing new industry coming on stream. So certainly, our university and colleges need to evolve in terms of the skill set and the courses which they offer. So I'll mention like specific 4 things, which I think we as private sector, we have a role to play there. I think for most of the professional institutions, we do have a very strong placement programs, whereby actually we allot specific numbers. We get students from various university and college on a regular basis, basically to come and train in our organizations. So again, I'm encouraging all the private sector here, banks, industry, etc., to have that mechanism whereby you are able to give opportunity for the students actually who are pursuing various courses to have some sort of practical training in your organization. So that gives them a feel on what is required practically when they go back. Number 2, I think there was an initiative which was done by the World Bank. I attended one of the forum, I think last year, in terms of how do you work with the college to develop curriculums which actually address the needs of the market. I think specifically then it was about vocational education training, VETA. And I think there was a need for the employers to engage with the vocational training center to say, okay, where is the demand? And once we know what is the demand, then we can able to tailor specific curriculum around our colleges. So I think that initiative, if can be broadened further, that can be quite good. The third aspect, and this needs a bit of time, I visited CBE, College of Business Education. I visited a number of colleges in Dar es Salaam. There's a quest for the private sector to go and do talk, to go and do lectures in this university and college. It's like a professor's visit. You go there over the weekend, or you spare 1 day in a week or a month to go and discuss and teach and train these students in terms of if you are coming from the accounting, if you're an auditor, if you're a banker, what do you expect from someone who is pursuing advanced diploma in banking? What is really the market requiring? So again, if we can start to nurture and encourage those sort of exchange whereby we on the private sector, we are able to go and impart knowledge and really advocate what is required, I think that can help. So small, I think ultimately we'll be able to achieve that one. And the last point, really, I think we need to take interest on the quality of this education institution. There's a lot of requirement in terms of books, in terms of equipments, in terms of labs, in terms of libraries. What are we doing as private sector? So if you're talking about the quality, also let's put our money where it has to go. So I think there's an area where we can work together on that area. So I can see a number of CSR initiatives which are done, but I think let's be coordinated. They have to be targeted so that they can achieve the intended results. Sanjay, maybe you can add on that one, and then yeah.
Hi. I think I can see the passion, and the passion is from the organization. So I guess what I would like to mention is what the CEO Roundtable is doing. So one is very much what Nelson said, that it's really making an effort to engage, to impact, and of course to navigate the challenges that we have. But we as a CEO Roundtable thought that was not going to be effective or enough. The reason is that we in the CEO Roundtable said the Tanzania that we want to see, whether we call it the Tanzania Rwanda or beyond that, will require so much more leadership. And it's only leadership, good leadership, that is going to be able to embrace the practices that you talked about, whether it's within your organization or within the community. So the private sector actually has come up with an initiative, and this also speaks to what Mr. Shamte said, that one of the big issues we have in Tanzania is the private sector and public sector has not grown together. We actually grow in different sectors, we think differently, we engage differently, and we want to then work together, and that's an issue itself. So the CEO Roundtable has recently launched an initiative called CAP, which is the CEO Apprenticeship Program, and we have actually agreed that this is going to be a mechanism through which we are going to enhance the ability for us to bring into existence future CEOs. And this is going to be Tanzanian CEOs. So the first cohort is actually going to be launched in July. And we will have, the first cohort will have 20 candidates. We want 15 from the private sector, and we want 5 from the public sector. If Honorable Minister was here, we are actually going to work with the Prime Minister's office to see that they champion this, co-champion this. So we work together. And that's the only way that you can create whether it is, competency, resource competency frameworks to enable growth for the future. The CEO Apprenticeship Program is going to run for a year. The 20 candidates that will be part of it, we all hope all of them will become future Tanzanian CEOs. This comes to my personal story. For Standard Chartered Bank, which has been in existence for 101 years, after 99 years of being existent, I was the first Tanzanian CEO. I know that we have many such organizations in Tanzania. So how can we speed up this agenda? And I think this is the program that the CEO Roundtable has launched. So this is a public, private sector initiative. But besides that, I remember Mr. Shamte and Mr. Simbe, last year at the TPSF AGM, we also engaged then the Minister of Trade and Industry to say, if there are senior public sector officials who want to have an attachment with the private sector, then we could clearly enable that. Maybe this is an opportunity for us to, again, dialogue on that, so that we create a mindset which is aligned. At the moment, we are probably not as aligned as required. So these are some of the things that we are doing besides what Nelson spoke. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. So maybe if I can ask the panelists to keep it very brief, 1 minute, key takeaways from the panel today, from the discussions this morning, and what are we going back to Honorable Kairuki with as recommendations coming out of this engagement? Stephen, if I may ask, we start with you and we'll work through to Ambassador Sifwe.
Okay, thanks. So the first thing to reiterate, I believe what comes out is the need for an understanding of this chain of trust between the actors and to look for the weak spots and where the chains are weak, where we need to beef up, whether it's within the public sector itself, because there is issues of trust within public agencies and their relations internally. Whether we can cite many examples between the TRA, the TPA, the Port Authority, the Customs, numerous agencies. But also within the private sector side, as Mr. Simbe also explained, that there needs more coherence and more trust among the different bodies involved in the sector, and then the dialogue between themselves. So that can be plotted out and needs to be analyzed, where the weak links are to prevent the chain from collapsing. The second thing is that there has to be a drive behind this. It can't be a law. You just don't just add more laws to a place where people are trying to avoid laws. It doesn't help. There has to be a will. There has to be a self-motive here, whether it's patriotic, which is a very strong motive, to go beyond your own interest, but go into the interest of society, whether it's the competitiveness impulse, the need to compete on the basis of excellence and ethics and good conduct and good governance and so on. And that includes representation of of gender, women. That's half the society here is underrepresented. How can you excel? How can you ever achieve your potential unless there is open access to your entire society? So I would say those are the two. The three, the point on digitalization and so on, the readiness index, I think is an interesting one to take offline. But certainly there is the preconditions here in Tanzania for achieving the kind of what we call in the World Bank now a moonshot progress to leapfrog a lot of developmental stages through proper adoption, awareness of digital technologies and so on. We'll get to that later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm taking away a lot of things here, but I think first and foremost, what we are going to foster, to really try to foster, is an environment of trust between the private and the public sector. That we are really addressing a common goal, and that the common goal is looking at the figures which we had from the World Bank. The common goal is the Tanzanian economy, and that if we do these things, then we are going to be improving on the economy. I think we need to cultivate goodwill from our public sector colleagues and get the championship probably all the way up to His Excellency the President. There's just too much at stake here, so it is something which needs a championship and is something which we need to do. I liked what His Excellency the Ambassador said just now, the aggression, that we need to follow very aggressively the implementation of things which we have agreed. We don't spend a lot of time analyzing, discussing, and then they are put on the shelf and we don't implement. This is very frustrating. So it's something which we are going to push in aggressiveness. When I was sitting next to Honorable Minister, she said, don't worry, just say what you have to say. It was encouraging Mr. Simbeye to say. Mr. Simbeye was afraid of going to jail or something. So, but you know, just say and follow through aggressively. I'm taking home the self-regulation initiative. It's very, very important on sectoral self-evaluation. I think it is an important thing which we have to follow through as part of our private sector development. I think we are going to put it as one of the objectives of the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two messages to take home, and the first one relates to the mandate of the institution which I'm leading, and this has to do with the issue of self-regulations, issues that infringe on competitions, issues that has to do with counterfeit, are issues that the private sector can volunteer to start combating it within themselves before they come to the regulation purview. The second one is the issue of quality dialogue. We need quality dialogue, and to have quality dialogue, we need quality input to this dialogue, and that needs to strengthen the capacities of both sides in order that we can table substantive issues instead of discussing processes. Thank you.
I think for me, really, there are 2 points. I think the issue of self-regulation has been covered extensively, but there must be a purpose for that. I'm telling you, for someone to abide to that, he has to see the purpose. What is he trying to achieve, or what are we trying to achieve as a group? I think the other point, really, for the private sector, we need to have common interests. There are a lot of divergent views, and I think it's very important for us to have a common front. What are the few things we need to prioritize? There are so many things which we want the government to do with us, but I think it's very important to say, with all the sectors which we have, what are the top 5 items which we want to work with, and give a timeline. And I think that can be quite useful. I think when I heard about Mr. Simbay talking about VAT of 16%, VAT of 22%, that also doesn't really help a lot. So I think 2 points. Let's converge our interests. What do we need to achieve as a group? And then I think let's build a purpose around self-regulation for it to be successful.
I guess from my side, I travel extensively. And when I talk about Tanzania, actually everybody is jealous about the potential of Tanzania. And I think it's upon the partnership that we can maximize on the potential. Few statistics that I would just like to say that 4/5 of what is produced around us is from the private sector. 2/3 of what is invested in this country is from the private sector. 3/4 of the credit that is taken in this country is by the private sector. More than 90% of the employable population that is employed is within the private sector. I like what Ambassador Sefoya has told us. Should we be playing small? I think everybody who doesn't work for the government actually is private sector. So more than 90% of this country is private sector. So we need to be more purposeful and we need to be more deliberate to maximize and unleash on the potential of the private sector. So let's continue to collaborate. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, I have three things. The first one is the issue of blueprint. Although I said there's a lot in there that is out of date, but there's a lot that can still be implemented. As long as we also, as we push for implementation, we also look at the new developments that need to be addressed. I mean, like if you're asking, dealing with the law that has been changed, then you also want to do that law to make sure that that law doesn't stand in the way. I think that for me, the most important thing as a private sector to ask from the government is to be able to remove hurdles, the hurdles that are preventing businesses to grow, from growing. And those are in the blueprint and the other aspects that we said, the new developments that there are several studies that have taken place that show that there are new areas that we need to address. The second is related, administrative procedures. Mr. Shamte said bureaucracy. That's holding up the speed for decision making. So if the private sector can also push for this to be happening, because as long as you don't do that, then and it's slow to take decisions, slow for things to happen, then we are not moving as fast as possible as we should. In my view, I think this country is capable of getting to 10%. It's only a question of saying, where are we having problems? How can we address those problems so that we can move forward? Ethiopia was well behind us in 1996, 1999. And it's been at 10% ever since. I think we can do that. We have great people, great country, and great goals. We just need the government to help us remove the, I would say, stones that stand in the way so that people can move. Lastly, self-regulation. As a lawyer, I think I'm very, and that's why I sound like cautious. We should not confuse governance, if you want to improve how we are doing things, from guild arrangements. Professional self-regulation is allowed in this country because also there's an overall regulation act law that regulates us. These are the things that are coming as code of conduct. We have to accept them, but implement them within our own legal framework. For instance, the one you said about putting your report, and the current legal system in Tanzania, you're obligated to say it. You don't need that code from there. So we really have to be very clear. Self-regulation in the sense that of the regulated professions, but not businesses to build guild type of conduct, because then you have a big problem with the fair competition, but also the possibilities of having problems like the Barclays and the other people in London about the exchange rate, the rate. What was it called? Bank whatever rate that they had. So yes, self-regulation, we should go for it. But if we have a fair implementation of the laws that we have, and a response from the public side to address the weaknesses, then you don't need all these extras. Because if you look at our laws, the framework is there. It's a fair implementation, response to problems. But what I can say, the private sector to take with us here is, please focus on those blueprint issues. Focus on removing the bureaucracy. If you don't do that, you can sing until tomorrow. We will still be 145, 146, because then it takes too long for any decisions to be taken if you are not addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think this has been a very, very profitable morning. And my greatest concern is where we go from here. As I said, we meet like this, we say the right things. Then afterwards, everybody's happy with the progress that we are making. And I think that is an area we have to focus on. But the other thing is, as I said, the state and the private sector, they are partners. They have no option except to work together for the good of the country. And that in itself should really drive each side to find ways to do things better, to make sure that all the things we talk, all the things we agree upon are actually implemented. Dialogue is important, but not just to tick a box that, oh, that meeting has happened, you tick the box. No, it's the quality of the discussions. It's the quality of the participants. It's the mandate of those people who participate. It's what happens after that dialogue. So I get the sense that sometimes we just tick the box. Well, I'm the RC here, I'm supposed to have this meeting once or twice a year, I tick the box. No, that's not the point. The point is what comes out of it and what happens after that. And I think that's extremely, extremely, extremely important. So mechanism for monitoring and evaluation to make sure that what is agreed actually happens. I think that's extremely important. And if it doesn't happen, again, I say the private sector shouldn't feel shy about raising this with the government. That we agreed that this will happen within 3 months, it's not happening. And don't wait until the whole year, because then you have lost a lot of time. So be aggressive. Sometimes when I talk to people, I use the example. A lot of people know about pilau. Pilau, you get as much as the effort you make. You are 10 kids, there is one big dish of pilau. You can eat only as much as the effort you put. So the private sector, you will get only as much as the effort you are going to put, because the government has a lot of things. But those things that are key to the private sector. And there are things that, first you have the commitment of the president, then you have these dialogues, and you agree that this is going to happen. So don't feel shy about saying, this is not happening as we agreed. And my final point, and especially since we are with the World Bank, there are two things I want to mention, which we haven't talked. We are talking about things that are high level. But I'm concerned about the small man and the small woman. And there are some programs that are extremely helpful to bring these people into the economy, not only to improve their lives, but also to contribute to economic growth. And one of them is TASAF. We talk of dialogue. TASAF is an extremely important example of dialogue. That the people at the village level, somebody mentioned the village level, but if you ask me, TASAF is the dialogue at the village level. The people in the village, they sit, they realize, what is our problem here? What can we do on our own? What support do we get from the government? That kind of dialogue has to go deep to that level. The other one is the informal sector. It has been mentioned in passing, but we all know that a huge chunk of the economy of Tanzania is in the informal sector. And that's where there are a lot of constraints. That's where you have a lot of corruption. You know, if you have a askari has no money, walks around, you don't have a license, you know, give me something. So if you can bring as much of the economy into the formal sector so that they can have the protection of the law, then you open space for more people to participate in the formal economy and to grow the economy. So we haven't discussed much about this, but I want to mention it because these are two projects that are close to my heart. The TASAF that's really at the village level and the poorest village. And still, it's wonderful what kind of ideas you can get from those people if only you would listen. So these are the things that really we need also to focus on, not only at the top, but also at this level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for our distinguished panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we may now go to the floor. Okay, so we're going to go right into our closing remarks, and I'd like to welcome Ms. Oliver Vegula, who is the Acting Executive Secretary of the Tanzania National Business Council. Karibu, Oliver.
Habarini za mchana. Nadhani ni mchana saizi. World Bank Director, Madam Bella Bed, Honorable Ambassador Omeni Sifue, Chairman of Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, Mr. Salum Shamti, Executive Secretary of Tanzania Private Sector Foundation, and dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate World Bank and TPSF for organizing this event. It has been indeed a good event to share experiences and views from different stakeholders. And for us, TNBC, we have learned a lot from this event. I'm supposed to give my reflection on the way forward. But before I do that, let me take this opportunity to say a few words about PPD in Tanzania and in particular TNBC. I know many people have touched that subject of PPD, and it has been going on in this room since morning. So I think it's fair I talk a bit about PPD. As we all said that PPD has been here in Tanzania for more than a decade. And we all know that during 1980s, when Tanzania decided to venture in liberalized economy and started this PPD, the government used to dialogue with private sector on ad hoc basis. And during that time, different private sector organizations used to dialogue with government, and sometimes they had different views on the same issue. And because of this, the government decided to establish Tanzania National Business Council as a formal dialogue mechanism between private sector and government, and with the view of reaching consensus on strategic issues that relate to economic development and creating conducive environment for investment in Tanzania. And since establishment of TNBC in 2001, TNBC has played an important role in reforms that impact private sector development in Tanzania. I'm happy today we have gurus of PPD in the room. We have Ambassador Ombeni Sifue, the founders of TNBC, Mr. Shalom Shamti. We have Madam Hawa Sinare. He has been participating on many TNBC PPDs and working group. So I'm happy we have them today, and they talked very well about PPD and what we need to do to strengthen PPD in Tanzania. And since TNBC was established, we have been successful in providing various platforms for dialogue at national level, regional level, and district level. Mr. Simbe has mentioned this platform, but I would like to just add on what Mr. Simbe has said by analyzing a bit on the structure of TNBC. When you talk of TNBC at national level, we are talking of 4 organs that 3 of them are a platform for PPD. One is the national meeting that we all know, chaired by the president, but we have another platform, executive committee, which is chaired by chief secretary and co-chaired by chairman of Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. And it was mentioned in a presentation by Mr. Simbe. I would like to make clarification there. The role of TNBC Executive Committee is not only to form agendas for the meetings, it's also to look at the daily activities of the council, including follow-up implementation of issues that were agreed in the TNBC dialogues. And here it's where we actually get acceleration of implementation of issues that were agreed in TNBC. So this is very important organ in TNBC structure. It's the one that pushed the TNBC activities on daily basis. We also have something called working committee. This organ provides flexibility under the TNBC structure to create any other dialogue platform that will be required or deemed necessary at whatever particular time. And under that organ, we have established working groups. Mr. Shitsimbe has mentioned some of the success stories of PPD in Tanzania. Most of these success stories were the outcomes of TNBC working groups by taking their agendas to the TNBC meetings. We also, under that organ, established Investors Roundtable. Ambassador Sifue mentioned International Investors Roundtable and Local Investors Roundtable. We also have that organ as a PPD, platform as a for dialogue under TNBC. And the Regional Business Council and District Business Council are part of the working committees under TNBC. After saying that, the strength of TNBC dialogue mechanism is to provide a space for different stakeholders' views to be held in a transparent environment, building consensus and common understanding on strategic issues, and to provide private sector perspectives in shaping government policies and regulation. And just to highlight some few examples, I will reiterate what Mr. Simbe has already mentioned in his presentation. Some of the outcomes of TNBC meetings Let me mention these ones. We have, under tourism sector, TNBC had a tourism working group. This was in 2013, from 7th and 8th TNBC meeting. The tourism report played a crucial role in building consensus and the need for new direction in the development of tourism industry in Tanzania. This led to the development of new tourism policy and strategy and decision to develop Southern Circuit for tourism promotion. The same year, under the 7th and 8th TNBC meeting, we had TNBC Local Economic Empowerment Task Force, which led to the government decision to form local content unit under National Economic Empowerment and the development of the local content strategy, which is currently being finalized by National Economic Empowerment. BRI and Business Environment Initiatives was a directive of 7th TNBC meeting, with subsequent follow-up on the implementation of BRI initiatives during the 9th TNBC meeting. It was directed to speed up the implementation of licensing and regulatory review, which then led to development of blueprint and subsequent approval of blueprint by Cabinet in 2018. We have other success stories like digitalization of processes and procedures and umbrella, such as name search, company registration and filing of annual returns, merging of social security schemes to reduce administrative burden for compliance. All these were some of the initiatives that were identified under the BRN business environment. The last year tax amnesty is an outcome of 11th TNBC meeting held in March 2018. Improvement of port services by working 24/7 is an outcome of 10th TNBC meeting. And some of the changes made in 2019 financial bill and 2017-2018 financial bill to impact the manufacturing and agriculture sector were also an outcome of 11th TNBC meeting. Not to forget the old initiative on the establishment of Agricultural Development Bank of Tanzania and the strengthening of TIB Bank, Kilimo Kwanza, which led to SAGOT, etc., etc. Currently, TNBC we have formed 5 working groups, and we are working on 5 areas of industrialization, agriculture, tourism, forests, and business environment. These working groups consist of members from public sector and private sector on equal basis. They are chaired by permanent secretaries of respective areas and co-chaired by private sector. Dr. Mduma has mentioned that there's a need to strengthen the working groups of TNBC because this will assist in bringing the quality agenda to the TNBC meeting. We all know that a TNBC meeting is a one-day meeting. Without a quality, well-prepared agenda, it's hard to come out with any meaningful deliberation if the agenda was not well prepared. So these working groups will help also to prepare agendas for TNBC meetings. Lastly, as the way forward, and my reflection from the discussion we had today from morning, one thing that has come strongly from almost every speaker is the need to strengthen the PPD in Tanzania as part of initiative for development of private sector. And we have recently seen an increased interest in PPD. And we have seen many forms of PPD that have been advocated. Probably we should ask ourselves, do we really have capacity to engage on all these PPDs that we have started or that are being started? In the TPSF presentation, I've seen some of PPD, unstructured PPD that have been started. Do we have the capacity to engage effectively in all these platforms? So what does that mean to us? Probably there's a need now to harmonize this dialogue to avoid one, conflicting views. As some of the members, I remember Ambassador Sifue said, we need to stay on course on our agenda. Private sector need to stay on course on our messages. Maybe it's time now to harmonize this dialogue. Let's have a good understanding of environment of Tanzania and learn what PPD can do to our environment and what cannot be achieved by dialogues in our environment. And lastly, which has come out from almost all stakeholders, is to promote private-public engagements that deliver tangible results. Strengthening of private sector association is also what I reflect as a way forward. Some members have said capacity to analyze issues, bringing agenda to the dialogues. And maybe I can say a bit on this. We organize the regional dialogues, PPD at district and regional level. One of the challenge and one of the reasons that we have come to learn is that these dialogues are not effective because of the capacity of private sector to bring issues to the dialogue. Sometimes government, it's only the government side that put the agenda on the table. The private sector, they listen and leave. So there is a strong need to build the capacity of private sector institutions from national level to the district level. The issue of private government to work towards earning trusts from each other is also a way forward. And Mr. Sanjay mentioned a need to move from problem solving to common goal to creating prosperity. Mr. Stephen has mentioned that to build this, to build this trust is by showing action and the need to identify the weak spot to strengthen the trust between the two parties. The issue of quality discussion, quality participants, mandate of participation, etc., all goes with strengthening of PPD dialogue, of PPD platforms. After saying this, I would like to thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver. And then if I can please call Ms. Bella Bird, Country Director, World Bank, to make final remarks and key takeaways.
Well, thank you all very much. You're the stayers, the ones that have stayed through to the end, and I think it's been a hugely rewarding discussion, and I want to thank everybody for the role they played, the panelists, the facilitators, the participants. You know, there's a few takeaways that I have pulled together through listening today that I wanted to share with you, and I think it's wonderful to have it was wonderful to have Minister Kairuki here this morning, and very open about wanting a set of recommendations from this session and the other sessions that we have been working with in the growth series. So, you know, that's already an opportunity, and certainly we are happy to work with the facilitators on with our partners in TPSF in sort of pulling that together. That's only one thing, but at least we have the openness in critical positions in government. But my takeaways are, the first one is the private sector should need to know their power a little more. And I think, who was it that said it? Shanti, that said, Helen Shanti said, you repeated those numbers that, there we go. You repeated the numbers from Yutaka's presentation earlier. 97% of jobs are in the private sector, and that's going to be the way it is in the future. Three-quarters of investment comes from the private sector. 89% of industrial output is from the private sector. So if the private sector isn't growing and thriving, then neither is the economy, right? And Tanzanians are not becoming more prosperous. So we have to remember that. I think for me, that was the sort of big point from today. We need to talk more in those terms. The private sector isn't something over there that's causing trouble. It's actually the heart of the country and the economy. And we need to talk about who the private sector is. And Ambassador Safui brought in TASAF. TASAF participants, they're the poorest 15% of the population. They're the private sector. And they're all busy saving their money from the stipend that they get, the conditional cash transfer, and they're learning new skills. They're the private sector. And they're progressing in their lives. My second point is on just a reminder about where Tanzania is on the journey, and every country has its own history and traditions and key phases in growth and development. And somebody said, I can't remember who it was, that Tanzania needs, the blueprint was a way to complete the economic transformation, the transformation from a command economy to a market economy. And I hadn't really seen it in that light. And it struck me that there's a couple of dimensions around regulation. One is that Tanzania now has some very good regulatory bodies. There's still, I would argue, room for improvement in the regulation in terms of the professionalism and the competence and the independence of some of the regulatory bodies. But any market economy depends on really competent professional regulation. However, the flip side of that is the multiple regulations, some old, some new, that are continually put upon businesses in sectors. You look at agriculture, you look at tourism, etc., you see the same story. And so on the regulatory side, it struck me there's two things. One is continue to build the competence and professionalism of your regulatory agencies and the independence. But on the other, just shift out all that command economy nonsense that's holding back businesses from thriving. So upgrade the regulation and take out the ones that you don't need. And that's what the blueprint is all about. And that's what I remember His Excellency President Magufuli said when he first came in. Let's get rid of all that red tape. But that brings me to my third point, which is about implementation. And the blueprint, the World Bank was very supportive of the government in doing this. But what is the point of a blueprint if it's not implemented? And I think that is something that all interested stakeholders in Tanzania need to continue asking and supporting in a positive way. But I did think the panel came up with a good suggestion. It's like, well, there's things that the private sector can do in the blueprint, so why aren't we doing them? And this is, I see, about seizing your power in a constructive way for the economy and the society of Tanzania. You have a role. Why aren't you getting on with it? So even though, there's two sides to this and both sides need to be active, but can you lead the way? Is that a way to overcome the fatigue? I heard the fatigue point come in a number of times today about the number of PPD sessions you've all been to and the same things that have been said. And so you know, isn't it the definition of madness that you keep doing the same thing and expect a different outcome? So do something different if you want a different outcome. And maybe it's about seizing a few initiatives where you just do things differently and utilize the power you have in the economy in a very constructive way. And then there was the building trust issue. Now, we tend to trust people more who talk and deliver, right? So if you just talk but you don't deliver, then people won't come and ask you again, or, you know, they won't trust you to be the person or the institution to get something done. But delivery is a way, somebody mentioned that too, delivery is a way to build trust. And so what could, there's a number of ideas, and you need to decide where you go. But some of the things that resonated with me was, I think your point, Sanjay, on why don't we focus on something positive? We're always talking about problems. Well, why not just focus on solving a problem together that we both have an interest in, that all sides have an interest in? The digital transformation, it's coming. Tanzania is well positioned, but public and private sectors need to step up if you're going to really get the kind of benefits that you want from the digital transformation that's rolling across the world and into Africa. So is that somewhere where you find that area of common interest and you can work together to build trust and collaboration? Is the issue around self-regulation, I thought, was very interesting, and I think that's a new area here in Tanzania. In fact, we've been talking about it in relation to the Statistics Act in the dialogue with government on non-official statistics, and whether you put them under the Statistics Act or whether you have a self-regulatory situation. That's what the UK does. The UK has a code developed between the government and those that generate, institutions that generate statistics that are not official. You apply a standard, and if that institution, the incentive for that institution, is that this is applied it's a seal of quality. These statistics are produced in line with the code of conduct as agreed with, and businesses can do the same. There was that nice example of the realtors in the US, and it's an extraordinary network of realtors, all self-regulated. But you know, as a customer, you're going to go to an NRA registered realtor because you know that will come with a standard, a quality standard, and it's monitored and it's supported by the overall body. You know, so I would ask you, Godfrey, TPSF, what's your brand? If a business is a member of TPSF, what does it mean? What self-regulation is going on with your membership? You look at something like the Soil Association in the UK. You want food that's sustainably produced? That's the label you look for. It's all private sector done. So I know this is a new area in Tanzania, but I think there's a real area that you could explore to begin to rebrand yourselves as a private sector that believes in doing the right thing in the right way, and you're prepared to take the steps, you know, set up and finance your own associations that drive forward quality and productivity. Then who can't take you seriously? Everyone will take you seriously. So especially when you start using that brand to access international markets and link smallholder farmers into international value chains, you know, hugely powerful things to do. So I know you're all hungry and anxious for lunch, but let me just say one thing finally. Oh, actually, three things. One is on, thank you, UN Women, for mentioning women. You know, it surprises me sometimes that we still have to mention women, but we do, and thank you for that. And obviously, if 50% of the workforce aren't doing as well as the other 50%, we've got a productivity problem. So fully support that. Secondly, just on skills, I won't start on skills because I have a deep passion for skills, but we are doing so much in that area because clearly Tanzania's human capital is its future. And please come to the session. We'll be doing more sessions on that later in the year. And then finally, just to say that on the request of the Finance Minister Mpango, the World Bank and the IFC together will be doing what we call a country private sector diagnostic in Tanzania. And this isn't another big report that will sit on your shelf from the World Bank with a glossy cover. I mean, there will be a product at the end, but countries are doing this as a process of really understanding what's happening in their private sector and as part of a way of shaping the agenda. And the process is as, if not more important than the product. So that will start in July at the request, as I said, of the minister, and we would definitely, we don't want to repeat what's been done. We want things to be fresh and new and productive and lead to action. And we'll be looking, as always, to collaborate with you on what we can do. So thank you all so much. Enjoy the lunch, which is outside, I believe. Asanteni sana. Okay.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bella Bird, Country Director, World Bank, and thank you for hosting us here today. And now to make the final remarks of the day before we step out for lunch is Mr. Salum Shamte, Chairman of TPSF. Karibu.
Seeing that I'm fasting, I'll take about an hour. Thank you very much, everybody, for being so patient and for participating. Really, thank you very much, World Bank, for facilitating this and also informing the workshop. The data which we got from Mr. Yutaka really energized us as a private sector that we hold the keys to the development of the country, and that we should not be subservient here. We should be the ones who are setting the pace. And all you private sector in here, when you walk out of that door, head high, shoulders back, that you are holding the key, and really. Mr. Simbe, don't be afraid that you'll be thrown in jail somewhere. We should really aggressively take on now and make sure that the things which we agree are actually implemented on time. Because this will be to the benefit of not only the private sector, but the whole country. And anyway, even if it is only for the private sector, we are talking 97% of all the people. So, if 3% are unhappy, so let them be unhappy. It is important, and we are taking this away, and we'll take this very seriously as the Tanzania Private Sector Foundation. And the emphasis on the trust and partnership, of course, there must be trust between the public and the private sector, and we are going to make sure that we enhance this and the partnership concept, so that we move together, but moving together as partners, not as one being servant to the other. We will study more about the self-regulation. We have heard quite a bit today. I think it is something which we need to really dig deep. We have good examples here of institutions and sectors which are self-regulating, and the results can be seen. I think we can apply this to many other sectors. So we are taking this with us. We didn't discuss what you just mentioned, but skills. I hope the World Bank does not get tired in helping out on this. We do need skills. There are a lot of people who need skills, entrepreneurship, new skills, and if they don't, we don't move as a private sector. So it's an area we really need World Bank to help us to develop and awareness and make sure that we actually do deliver these skills. There are people who have actually graduated, but they don't have the skills to move into the private sector. It was not discussed, but it is an important area, and don't get tired of helping us on this area. Thank you, panelists. We appreciated your views, and we are taking back with us a lot of valuable contributions. And I would like to wish you all Godspeed and a nice lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shante. And I think with that, we can officially say our platform here today is closed. Thank you all for participating in the event today. Those who are not here physically with us, I know there are many who are online following along. So I hope we have some great takeaways, and really the next time we come together, we should say we've done 1, 2, 3 rather than what we have to do. Thank you so much and have a great day.